that would be for aerial operation, removal of coyotes, and 2,000 of that is requested by BART to once again collect some data for the area. My guess is we'll probably be doing again, we would do fixed wing over helicopter, unless the weather just doesn't allow it. Then we can use our helicopter at that time. But we'll continue to gather GPS locations and do a good job once again. So that is it, short and sweet.
Well, thanks, Mike. Questions for Mike? Hey, Mike, I've got one. So last year was listed as I think you're listed as the last year. So is there a new projection about how long the proponents are going to want to continue this?
You know, I actually told them that we're going to be moving on to our 5th year here. This is our 4th season doing this. I didn't have plans to continue this year, but working with the PMD, working with the landowners, they've asked me to do this. I do support it. I really do see a change on that landscape. I was on the ground under the plane the other day up there, and it was unbelievable. It was fun to see all the does in areas in the optimal habitat, and finding very few coyotes. And you know, those coyotes that I did open the bellies on they do have mule deer fawn in them, so they are doing their thing. But I think that there's a lower density on the landscape. So I don't know how many more years they're going to want to do it. You know, if they want me to keep pushing for it, I'll do it as long as the ADMB would approve it. But I don't know if there's any general rules with the ADMB on how long these projects last.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask Mike Burrell to thank you for stop sharing?
I'm new to this. I just barely learned how to put PowerPoint on a Zoom, so.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mike? All right, well, hey, thanks, Mike. Appreciate your time. And it looks like we have Bob up next.
Okay, thank you.
Bob's got a couple on here. It looks like the Matrona County raven removal and then Bates Hole coyote removal.
Mary Owen, are you still on?
I don't see either one of them, and I am working with them. So if you don't mind, I can speak about this stuff.
Yeah, that'd
Chairman
be great.
Nesbitt. Okay.
Heather, that would be good.
Okay. So let's talk first, if you don't mind, about these are two very similar projects. So the first is coyote removal in the Stove Gulch and Big Sulphur area, and the second is removal to enhance fawn survival in Bates Hole. They're both mule deer fawn survival projects to improve our fawn numbers. So, and again, just like everybody else, I am going to muddle through this and attempt to share my screen with you. So hang on a second.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask who is presenting?
That's Heather O'Brien.
Heather.
Sorry.
O'Brien. Thank you.
I'm Heather O'Brien. I'm the Casper wildlife biologist with Game and Fish.
Thank you very much, Heather.
You bet. So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So I'd like to start with the coyote removal for enhancement of fawn survival in Stove Gulch and Big Sulphur. These are both two smaller areas within Deer Area 34. So City of Casper, if you can see my pointer, is down here in the southeast corner of Area 34, which is a very large, limited quota hunt area. It's highly sought after by resident and non-resident hunters alike. So our big Sulphur area is this area in the northeast corner of the hunt area. It's sandwiched between the I-25 corridor and then two state highways that kind of bound the remainder of that that northeast part of the unit. You can see there's a pretty substantial amount of public land access in there with BLM and state land that hunters can access. And then the second area that we added to this project last year is an area called Big Sulphur. So it's sort of this north central part of the hunt area. Again, lots of public land access. These are both areas that have pretty great habitat and plant communities to support mule deer, but that we have seen with the kind of the slow recovery of the mule deer population in this hunt area, we're seeing lower numbers of deer kind of recruiting back into those plant communities compared to other parts of the hunt area. So that's the reason why we focused on these two specific areas to enhance and increase some of the coyote removal effort in those portions of the hunt area to try to bring up our mule deer numbers in those areas, because we do see that the habitat can support a higher number of deer, and we're just not seeing those deer come back into those areas as quickly as expected. If you look at so these are our fawn and buck ratios over time. You can see this unit has the potential to have some really, really great, very high fawn numbers when we have good moisture conditions, good habitat conditions. These are the early years from 2010 to 2013 when we had pretty terrible fawn recruitment. So we'd like to see fawn numbers of 66 per every 100 does, just to maintain populations. And you can see these gray bars here are fawn numbers per 100 does that we found during our classification surveys in those years. So we had some pretty miserable recruitment in the 2010 to 2013 years, and then we've had better recruitment from 2014 to 2017 with better moisture and habitat conditions and overwinter conditions. And then the last 2 years, our expectation was that we were going to have better fawn numbers because we did have what was considered pretty great range conditions in the last 2 years, and we just weren't seeing them, and that kind of prompted this the proposal to kind of focus on some extra help for our fawn recruitment by focusing a little bit more effort in some coyote control. So that request is for $10,000, and that is just a continuation of what we requested last year. From what I understand, and I was hoping Mary or Bob were still going to be on the call because they've got these numbers and I do not. But from what I understand from speaking with Mary, the effort, especially in that Stove Gulch area in the northeast part of the hunt area, turned out really great this last year. So it sounds like the helicopter gunning that was done in that unit was pretty successful, and they found and took care of a pretty high number of coyotes. And like I said, I wish I had those numbers for you. If Mary or Bob came back on the call and I haven't seen, please chime in.
Heather,
Yeah.
this is Bob.
Yeah, Bob.
So I just happened to report, and in one day, in 11 hours of helicopter time, they killed 174 coyotes.
Goodness.
Got them on the deep snow. And that wasn't all in that area, but that is that whole area they were hunting. Yeah. So and then another round in 5 hours, they got 45 more
Okay, so thank you. So yeah, that effort seems to be paying off, and that extra effort and focus in the unit is certainly finding and removing a pretty high number of coyotes in that area. So yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Just, I want to, I don't know if you're all done, but I just want to clarify something. So the application
Yes.
indicates a request of 25,000 and you just said 10,000. So
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was looking at
last year.
at last year's. Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
And we must have flip-flopped them then, because I had 25 on for Bates Hole and 10 for Stove Gulch in my records.
Okay. Well, the application that I have is 25,000, so that's what we'll.
Okay. I apologize for that.
Okay.
Any questions on that Stove Gulch area / Big Sulphur? So the other unit that has a very similar request from Natrona County is another unit, and this is our mule deer initiative herd unit south of Casper, the Bates Hole Hat 6 mule deer unit, and this is one that we've had a project going on for a little bit longer, and because it's our mule deer initiative area, we've focused on requesting extra funds for more predator removal in this unit. This is also a general license area, so we have quite a bit more public opportunity and public use of this herd, and it's not as well depicted on this map, but there's quite a bit of private lands, and in fact quite a lot that are also enrolled in our access programs. So there's really great public land hunting access on top of a lot of private ranchers that have enrolled their private lands for public hunting access for mule deer. So this unit, and that is the wrong graph. Let me see if I can share a different graph with you. Hold on one second. There we go. So this is the same graph. This is just the our fawn and buck ratios for the Bates Hole herd unit. You can see we don't have nearly as high a fawn recruitment, generally speaking, in this part of Natrona County. So again, remember that number 66 fawns per 100 does is what we consider the number of fawns that we need to recruit every year just to maintain and not increase a herd. And we've been sitting at that number or just a little bit above or below for the past 5 years. So again, we're always happy to have any additional efforts to that can benefit and give some fawn recruitment and fawn survival an extra leg up in this herd unit. And again, we have quite a few habitats and like mixed mountain shrub plant communities that are doing better with better moisture in recent years, and we're just not seeing that reflected in increased fawn survival throughout the herd unit. So a little bit of extra effort with predator removal is what we're asking for, in the hopes that we can increase some of that fawn survival, because we certainly have the habitat to support it. Mary or Bob, did you want to speak about the third proposal, or I guess Chairman Nesvik, do you want me to entertain questions on those before I?
Yeah, I think we want to do questions on each project before we move on.
Okay.
Is there questions for Heather on either one of these?
Heather, this is Bob Harlan again.
Yeah, Bob.
One point I'd like to make on these proposals is if you if you look at the map and you start at the south end of Bates Hole and tie it in with the big Sulphur Stove Gulch project, and then you can tie that in with that Washakie County project, and so it becomes a big strip of land where you have predator control all the way through that strip of land up those deer.
Bob, I'm having a tough time hearing you.
You want me to say all that again?
I do, I'm sorry.
So if you look at the big picture, if you tie the Stove Gulch project and the Bates Hole project together and look on the map, you can start on the south end at Bates Hole and go up through the big Sulphur, and then if you tie that Washakie project in with it, it gives you a big old long strip of land where there's funding available to do predator control all the way through that country. A lot of public land, and it really helps those deer. So it's kind of a big picture thing for me rather than individual projects.
Sure, yeah. I just because of the way I break apart and manage different parts of the county, and how we manage different hunt areas and herd units, that's kind of my viewpoint. But I see what you're saying. So I mean, there's basically our highest densities of deer in 66 are this central Muddy Mountain area, south of Casper, and then Casper Mountain itself, and then kind of wrapping around both sides of the city of Casper. And then this is the bottom tip of that area 34 here. And what Bob is saying is it extends up into the northern part of the county, into this Stove Gulch area, and then west across the northern part of the county into this big Sulphur country.
Other questions for Heather on either Stove Gulch or Bates Hole?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
this is Doug. I have a question. For those two project areas, Bates Hole and Stove Gulch, where are you with your deer population objectives right now?
Yeah, so here, I'll stop sharing screen. We are under objective in the unit south of town, and we have been for quite a while, since we had a dramatic drop in mule deer numbers in the mid 2000s or like 2009-10, and we've been slowly recovering in some years in Bates Hole, and like you could see with the fairly mediocre fawn numbers in most recent years, we've just kind of been treading water. I have seen so far this spring, anecdotally, some really nice range conditions out there, despite that we haven't had a lot of spring rain. We did accumulate a lot of great moisture out there, so I'm hopeful about our fawn numbers this year. But in that big Sulphur country in the North Natrona herd unit, our numbers are much closer to objective, and we, because it's a limited quota rather than a general license area, we're pretty conservative on our harvest in that unit, generally speaking, and our deer numbers compared to our objectives tend to stay a little bit closer. And again, you could see with the fawn numbers that unit can potentially reach, there's more potential for that unit to have some better growth. I think the range conditions are just, and our plant communities in that hunt area to support mule deer are just a little bit better in 34 in that big Sulphur and Stove Gulch country compared to south of town.
Other questions?
Does that answer your question? Okay. Thanks, Doug.
All right.
If there's no other, yeah, the last proposal that we have from Natrona County is for raven removal, and this is mainly to benefit sage grouse.
Heather, hold
and
up just a second, Heather.
Yeah.
Jerry, you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask one question on the two projects. Is it a possibility to control both of those at the same time, or are they too separated out?
They're pretty far removed from one another in terms of distance. So that the Big Sulphur country is close to the town of Midwest, and then excuse me, the Stove Gulch country, and then the Big Sulphur stuff is west of there. Those two things, because they're very proximate to each other, are included on one proposal. The Bates Hole stuff is south of Casper. So I mean, they're pretty well separated from one another. I know Bob considers that kind of a whole gradient from one to the other, but the city of Casper and the metropolitan area, urban area of Casper, separates those two things pretty distinctly. And then and then to get from Casper to the Stove Gulch country is another 40 miles or so.
Okay, thank you. That
You bet.
answers my question.
You bet.
Bob considers them two separate projects, but with the funding, the general funding for the Natrona County Predator Board, it can kind of tie the whole thing together, and can kind of tie the thing together all the way to the Washakie County proposal. So they're two separate proposals, but with funding, we can, as we come and go in our predator control, we can pick up the areas around.
And from what I understand, you know, when the county predator board has schedules the helicopter flights, they're scheduled together so that they're, you know, they don't have to pay for additional ferry time. I mean, it's, as far as a helicopter flight goes, they're fairly close to one another. So to save on ferry time, they're done about the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions for Heather on these two? Okay, are you doing the Raven control too, Heather? Or is Mary on? I don't see her.
I don't either. I can just run through the proposal quick.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have any PowerPoint or anything associated with this one. And it's a $10,000 request, from, at least from my record, I guess. Chairman Nesbitt, if you can confirm that's correct. But
10,000, yeah.
yeah, okay. So this is a Raven control project, and this would be an additional year of a multi-year project that was approved last year. So this is mainly to help sage grouse, and we have seen some pretty dramatic increases in raven population numbers in the county, especially in the western part of Natrona County. So this raven control would benefit our sage grouse numbers in sage grouse hunt area 1. And if you know anything about our management areas that we use to define sage grouse in the state, within the department, it would be areas, sage grouse areas C and F. Again, this is mainly west of Casper in the western part of Natrona County, where we have higher populations of ravens that have taken off a little bit in the past couple of years. Our sage grouse numbers have, from our survey work, have been on the decline the past 2 years in a row. And I'm just now looking at data from 2020, and it's looking like more of the same is true, with a couple of exceptions in some isolated areas that do include some areas that overlap where we did raven control last year. So we don't have any really great metrics to quantify success from that population control of ravens last year, but I will say that it does look like out of most of Natrona County, from what I've seen for sage grouse survey numbers from this spring, that that is the only part of the county where we've had maintained or increased numbers of sage grouse from our spring surveys this last year. So that's a good sign. And I know that correlation may or may not be associated with the raven control work that we did there last year, but it certainly shows some improvement. Again, most of that is, if you know where the Forgy Ranch is, south of Powder River, and the Marton Ranch, which is between Casper and Alcova Reservoir. These are the areas that we would be focusing on further baiting and removing some ravens. Bob, did you have anything that you wanted to add?
I think Mike Bob.
Well, I can share some together. Wildlife Services gets involved with anything that's DRC 1339 related, and the work that we've done for the Natrona County Board with this funding has been primarily focused on or around sheep outfits. But it's interesting for me as a member of the board to hear you talk about the benefit, the ancillary benefit to sage grouse. You know, you're seeing better numbers where we've been doing that work for the benefit of sheep and stuff as well. So it's a relatively cheap process to go through. You know, it's not a $700 an hour helicopter.
Right.
To do this work for ravens is relatively inexpensive, and I think the benefit to sage grouse is pretty big. So I'm happy to hear you talk about those numbers, seeing those numbers benefit or grow.
Yeah, and coincidence or not, I mean, some of the areas where we still have sheep operators in Natrona County, it certainly overlaps with some of our better sage grouse habitat and some of our more concentrated sage grouse leks and numbers in general. And those are those spots, like I said, that we are seeing at least numbers holding steady or improving slightly this year, whereas every place else in the county, I've seen a decrease the last 3 years consecutively on our leks out there. Yeah, Tyler.
Yeah, hi Heather, thanks. Just a couple of questions. I'm just curious about two things. Number one, you just alluded to lek habitat there. Do you know what the ratio of, or what kind of nesting habitat there is there? What kind of habitat in general is there? I mean, is this a known area for nesting sage grouse? That type of thing.
So,
and secondly, is there any historical data on depredation of ravens on grouse there that you could look to, as when you mentioned that there's no real metric or opportunity to measure success, but I'm just wondering if there's any historical data that you could look at and maybe think about some type of basic survey collection to evaluate success of that?
Yeah, so we certainly quantify our sage grouse numbers every year, and we do extensive sage grouse surveys every spring. Yeah. So that portion of it is the part we can quantify. The part that we can't quantify is how much of a decrease we're having on raven numbers, because that's not a population that we normally can do a repeatable survey on. So, and we do have, to answer your question about habitat quality and nesting, all of that is in designated sage grouse core area. So it's already recognized at the state level as some of our better sage grouse habitat in the state. It's all sagebrush, grassland, forbs type habitats. And like I said, we do have, and the reason that it's designated as core is because we have known leks that are at a pretty high density compared to stuff outside of core in other parts of the state and other habitats. So it is good sage grouse habitat that that overlaps the areas that we're focusing on this raven control. The part I don't have to quantify to correlate with our sage grouse surveys is the raven numbers before and after that control.
Okay, yeah, and I'm just thinking about anybody collect any historic data on rates of depredation or observations or anything like that that have been made in the past?
Yeah, so there's peer-reviewed publications. They're not specific to Natrona County, but there's certainly research using like nest cameras and things like that that show that ravens do prey on sage grouse nests and sage grouse chicks, and that's been shown by folks who have studied sage grouse nest predators, and it's just not specific to this part of the county, but it's certainly stuff that's been shown in the state of Wyoming.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was curious about, that particular area, that neck of the woods, if there's any opportunity to look at those data for Natrona County, and maybe looking forward to thinking about how to measure the rates of depredation in light of if the raven control is going on out there. That would be something, good information to have, just what the impact would be. So yeah.
Certainly.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
You
Mr.
bet.
Chair.
Other questions for Heather? All right. Well, thank you. Oh, did somebody say something?
Bob Harlan would like to say one more thing.
Go ahead, Bob.
I just want to applaud the Game and Fish and the Natrona County Predator Board for working so close together. I just think that's an unbelievable relationship.
Thank you, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
All right. I think that's all you got here today, right, Heather?
It is, yes. Thanks. Thanks,
All
Brad.
right. I think we'll move on to Dr. Monteith. I assume you're doing the Du Bois sheep survival.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And then are you also doing the Wyoming Range predation on mule deer?
Yes, sir.
You're up. Go for it.
Okay. Let me get to sharing my screen here. Thanks everybody for taking the time and being here today. Much appreciated. All right. So I think most are pretty familiar with this. So as far as the background associated with this work, I'll breeze through it pretty quickly and then give you a sense of some of what we learned this past summer associated with our sheep work in Northwest Wyoming, and some of the heart of this being focused on lamb survival. This is a very collaborative project with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and our team. Also, it's a fairly large project because of the scope of the work and the various things that we're doing our best to monitor. And so we're very thankful for a broad array of support. Without that support, and actually all players at the table at the moment, we're still, of course, trying to raise the money to be able to hit the finish line relative to what it's going to take to finish this project and see it through to the end. But at least to date, we're very thankful for all of that support that allows us to talk about some of the stuff we're going to talk about today, including, of course, the support that we've seen through this board specifically. Just want to highlight, as I always do, these are my two grad students that are leading this work, Rachel Smiley on the left there and Brittany Wagler on the right. And so just for quick, brief background, this project, like some of the work that we do, and as we'll talk about with the Wyoming Range Mule Deer Project as well, is really doing our best to understand the primary drivers that are influencing populations, which most intuitively encompass the realm from weather, forage, direct animal feedback through density, potentially hunting, predation, and then of course in the question associated with sheep, the potential role of pathogens or pneumonia. The interesting thing here with regards to sheep in Northwest Wyoming and where we focused our work, and that is with components of the Cody herds, Jackson herd, and then Du Bois or the Whiskey Mountain herd. And with our lens primarily focused on our iconic Whiskey Mountain herd and the struggles that that herd has experienced in the past few decades. In comparison to those other herds, what you'll note is that, at least in general, they all have fairly similar pathogens. And so the thought has been that disease is playing a primary role, but it's also odd that we see similar pathogen presence, unless you want to talk about biotypes or different strains of pathogens, which may well be something that's at play there. And we're working on that with other collaborators at the University of Wyoming as well. But at least at the surface, it makes you scratch your head and wonder what else could be going on as to why at least the Whiskey Mountain herd has continued to decline for at least 3 decades, where we haven't seen that in some of these other herds. And so our approach to some of this work began back in 2015, where we were largely focused on adults and linking patterns of nutrition by seeing those animals twice a year, both as they're coming off of summer range and then leaving winter range, heading back up to summer range again, monitoring patterns of reproduction and nutritional condition. I'll just highlight some of those data, which has led us to where we're at today. So a few of the things that we know: pregnancy rates are pretty solid. They often are in sheep. The blue there is that Du Bois herd, where we have had generally the best sample as far as number of animals across the board. And what you note is that pregnancy is certainly not an issue. We see high pregnancy rates within that herd. Similarly across the other herds as well, with some fluctuations from one year to the next, but certainly in Du Bois, pregnancy rates remain strong. On the flip side of that, if we look at the proportion of animals that have successfully reared a lamb through the summer, which is indicative by way of whether or not females are still lactating in the fall, we see a very different picture. So that Du Bois herd is definitely putting lambs on the ground, but we're not seeing them back on winter range. Very low compared with the other 2 herds. 2018, none of the animals were lactating. Unfortunately, in 2019, we missed that data point, given just horrible weather conditions, wind, logistics, and access to animals on and off of wilderness. We unfortunately were unable to get our autumn sample from Du Bois herd from this last December. So we're keen to pick that up again this next year. But the picture there is, in general, we're just not seeing lambs recruited within that herd. The other interesting piece associated with that, this is body fat of females through time. Parts of this you've all seen before, but the highlight there is the blue line again. What you note is that post-winter, animals are in fairly similar condition across those 3 herds, but the Du Bois herd is almost consistently has the thinnest female, so the least amount of fat, despite also not recruiting lambs, which doesn't make a lot of sense. If they're really failing to recruit lambs, we should probably see some of the fattest females in that herd. And we're just not simply seeing this, which highlights a potential role of summer-related nutrition. Also, those animals are by far the smallest. That blue line there on the bottom, this is just body mass of those females through time. By far the smallest, which is probably a highlight of long-term adaptation to an environment where summer nutrition perhaps is somewhat limiting. So a layer associated with that. If we just summarize the dynamics between those 2 herds, what we see is much better lamb recruitment. Well, so if we highlight Jackson, Du Bois, much better lamb recruitment in Jackson, consistently fatter ewes in Jackson. That's the range where we tend to see the best summer nutrition. And although we have pathogens present, we have seen pneumonia-related die-offs within that herd, we tend to see recovery. So we see fluctuations over time within that herd. But ever since the outbreak associated with pneumonia in the late 80s, early 90s in the whiskey herd, all we've seen is continued deterioration of that population, declining abundance. Females are not as fat following summer, and at least as best we know at the moment, fairly similar pathogens between those two herds. So these are the two herds that we chose to highlight going forward to provide some contrast and comparison from the whiskey herd to another herd where we know that performance definitely contrasts that. And in specifically zeroing in on what's happening with these females and their lambs during the summer to try to piece together the notions of potential role of nutrition, potential role of disease, and potential role of predation relative to lamb recruitment. So we initiated that work last year. We do that in part by continuing to monitor our radio-collared females, assessing nutrition, pregnancy, fitting pregnant females with VITs, which then subsequently facilitates our ability to capture lambs. Just to sort of describe the challenges we face in the process associated with that, newborn lambs are very precocial. Without a doubt, if we cannot get our hands on a newborn lamb within a 24-hour period, they're just simply not catchable, which means we need to be able to access remote country very quickly and read the terrain and do our best to work our way in, which means we also need to have some of the best technology at our hands as well. These collars monitor those VITs, and when those VITs are expelled, the collars send us a signal remotely via satellite indicating to us that that birth has potentially occurred. Come up with a plan and we head in there as quickly as possible. The picture on the left is a birth site. The picture on the right is looking down into that area to give you a sense of the terrain that these animals are giving birth in. Also, just a little bit as far as that process of an example of where these animals are at. Picture approaching the couloir there with the person climbing up that to access the capture location for that lamb along that cliff face. So very, very challenging work. We're certainly doing the best we can. And so to give you a sense of what that looked like last year, lamb survival was pretty terrible. We did have some technological issues that we worked through from last year to this year relative to some of our VITs going offline on us, which made it more difficult to get some lambs on air in Jackson. So our sample size in Jackson wasn't as robust as we would like it to be. It was actually pretty good on the Whiskey Mountain side. And this is the relative causes of mortality that we saw through the course of that summer. You see pneumonia playing a big role within the whiskey herd. We didn't see any pneumonia-related deaths in the Jackson herd. A handful of unknowns. Those unknowns are just simply animals that we were unable to confidently categorize into one category or the other, given evidence that existed once we were able to get there. And in a couple of instances, animals died on super nasty cliff faces in places that we're just unable to access safely. See predation there playing a role, and I'll show you another figure here in a minute relative to when we saw predation playing a role within the whiskey herd and Jackson herd. Coyote and lion predation were the events associated with that. Accident, I'll show you a picture there, and then abandonment or malnutrition was associated with the small weak lamb that was born in Jackson. Predation related event there. Here's an example of, well, the one accident, and we're actually seeing more of this year. These lambs are born in just super nasty country, even for us to get into there, and we're seeing evidence that can be pretty difficult for them too. So that lamb got its hind limb hung up in cracks of a rock there, and then ended up dying that way. The lamb on the right there is quintessential pneumonia-related mortality that we see. What was interesting to us is early on in that process, and so this is just basically a sequence of events or timeline relative to animals that we put on air within this study. And so each line represents an individual animal from when it was born, and then the length of the line represents how long it lived to when it died and the relative causes associated with it. So what you note is that early on, we saw is when we tended to see that predation-related mortality. And then we had a whole spate of time from roughly mid-June through all the way into October. Well, actually from July all the way into October, what we saw pneumonia-related mortality. And so this is one interesting finding, because with some of the other work that's been done in association with this, it tends to be much more of a pulse. But what we saw is that that level of mortality was spread out very broadly through the course of the summer. And interestingly, further, the animals on the two lines on the top there represent two animals that lived the longest, or even the three lines if you want to look at all three. All three of those were some of our later born births, and they tended to live the longest. What that means in the end, we're not completely certain, but it's something that's peculiar, at least, that we're curious to see if it holds through relative to this year. This is a picture of one of those juvenile lambs as it showed up on Winter Range. You can see evidence of pneumonia all across its face there. This one we did end up losing to predation on Winter Range. Whether or not it was in part made vulnerable because of the role in pneumonia, potentially so, but it was killed by a lion on Winter Range, and so probably relative to a lion, that probably didn't matter too much. But it's hard to say how long it would have made it, given the pneumonia it was certainly carrying at that point in time. Our proposal and our work relative to what we have been talking about has been focused on lambs, but because of the broad scope of our work, the other layer associated with this that we've certainly been keeping our eye on too, and it's tough as well, because we've needed to build sample size through time. But relative to adult females, if we break out cause-specific mortality, and we've done a better job more recently of being able to do that because of better collars and better technology on our adult females. So we have a pretty solid smattering of unknowns earlier on in this study relative to mortality from adult females. But what you'll note is that the leading cause of mortality of our adult female sheep is certainly lion predation at this point. And so long as we can make the assumption relative to those unknowns representing a composition similar to the mortalities that we have been able to determine, that is, just because they're unknowns doesn't mean that some certain cause was more likely to be attributed to an unknown. And there's really no reason for us to be able to assume that. What that means, and is maybe not surprising, it's something that we've certainly seen within sheep populations in other areas as well. That lions are probably one of the leading causes of mortality for adult females within these systems that we've been working in. And so that's just a snapshot relative to where we're at with our lamb survival work from the past year. We're currently a fair bit into this year relative to getting lambs on air. We've put 17 lambs on air currently this year. And so we're doing better this year, certainly, as we anticipated and hoped for this year, relative to being able to put lambs on air and monitoring their survival thereafter. And we'll be keen to present to you more of this evidence as we go forward and work to put these pieces together. Again, so just to give you a quick timeline as to where we're at, going to do our best to continue this longitudinal monitoring of the same females over time, looking at summer conditions associated with disease predation and nutrition. We initiated this aspect of it in 2019 and continuing through spring 2022. So through this summer relative to monitoring lamb survival, and then one more summer of that sort of work next year. And that's all I have relative to that. I'd be happy to take any questions if anybody has any.
Questions for Kevin?
Hey, Kevin, this is Mike Foster.
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good, good. Thanks for the presentation. I just was curious, when you get your hands on those sheep, are you opportunistically checking for pathogens or parasites, I should say? Because I find it really interesting, the nutrition component of that Whiskey Mountain herd and why they're not raising lambs and coming back skinny or less fat. I just was curious if you had done any of that, or if that's something that you could do, if it's part of the puzzle.
Yeah, fantastic question, Mike. And that, just for the sake of time and to only focus on the core of it, I didn't present any of that information. Since 2015, as we've been double capturing those females through time. When we have each of those animals in hand, we're also doing the standard routine health assessment relative to pathogens for sheep as well. So we're taking swabs from all of those females, working through the Wyoming Game and Fish Health Lab back in Laramie to evaluate pathogen presence across all three of those herds. And the interesting thing there is that coincides with the surveillance before that Game and Fish had done before we initiated our work, is that we don't necessarily see higher levels of some of those, what's been deemed those key pathogens like Mycoplasma pneumonia in particular, maybe Mannheimia. It's not like Du Bois is an outlier with regards to those patterns, and which is also the part of the aspect that's made us scratch our head a little bit. So is it really disease that's driving things? And or if it is, and clearly we're losing a lot of lambs to disease, why is it such a much stronger killer in Du Bois than it is in the other places? And so the other piece of that that's connected to that we're also curious about is whether or not, given feedbacks from maybe nutrition on summer range, the presence of the pathogens, and an animal's immune function, if all those things are sort of colliding and making it so that animals are more vulnerable given those things, or that they're potentially immunocompromised in some way that's making them more vulnerable to pneumonia in some form or another. And so those are pieces that we're working on too. It's in the sheep world, it's definitely a place with a lot of unknowns. And so we're pushing into places at the moment that few people have ever been able to go. And the one thing that's especially been interesting, basically nobody else in the country is dual capturing female sheep. And that's painted a pretty amazing picture for us to be able to understand those seasonal dynamics for those animals that I think is going to really help us to better understand the system. Also, for what it's worth, we also swab all lambs when we capture them as well, just for the sake of curiosity if some of those pathogens are already present in a newborn lamb. And as of yet, at least relative to all the lambs from last year, they all came back negative. So these animals are born clean. They're clearly then being transmitted to them, maybe from mom, maybe from other animals within the herd, especially after they join nursery groups. And so those are the other pieces that we're trying to bring into the picture too, because we know with some level of certainty, given ability to detect pathogens and the potential of failed detection of them, but at least we know when they are present within moms. So our moms that are carrying the pathogens more likely to lose their lambs to pneumonia earlier, those sorts of things. So there's a lot of pieces here that are all embedded within this work that we hope to uncover. It's really, really hard-won data. And so it's hard to build a big, large, robust sample size very quickly, but we're busting our tail doing our best to get it. So great question, Mike. Did that answer it?
Well, let me clarify. When you say pathogens, does that include parasites? Are you specifically testing for parasite load?
So mainly looking for those pathogens relative to bacteria associated with pneumonia, but in all of our mortalities, we are also looking for parasites as well, lungworm and those sorts of things as well. There hasn't been anything that's been alarming at this point, but we're definitely looking for those as well.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much.
You bet.
Other questions for Dr. Monteith?
Ron, did you have a question? I think your microphone is muted.
Okay. Yes. I noticed in your chart, you showed that coyotes were 5%.
Which, for the lambs, or was it for the adults?
For the lambs, yes.
For the lambs, yep.
Yep. Although, if you go back 10 years when the North American Sheep Foundation sponsored predator control, and they went in and did a lot of predator work on Whiskey Mountain, they had a very significant increase in lambs survival. So I think coyotes are doing more damage than you're giving credit to them.
That may be, I'm just basing that from our sample of lambs that we've been monitoring, and it could be, I think there'll be more evidence to come, for example, next year when we're able to talk about it to see what causes the mortality we see with this year's sample of lambs. So we just didn't see much in the way of it last year.
Any other questions for Dr. Monteith on this one? Okay, so hey, before you start on the next one, Kevin, I do need to just let everybody know we did have a request from the public to record this. We, Doug and I certainly didn't see any problems with recording it, so it's just for everybody's edification, it's being recorded now. And it has been now for about an hour, so. All right, go ahead, Kevin.
Okay, we'll transition to the Wyoming Range project. Okay, so this project, again, much like the sheep work, has been a very collaborative project as well. A lot of entities backing us, making this work possible over a fairly long-term period of time. And I think as I go through this, you'll hopefully see the power of what a long-term data set is beginning to bring to the table for understanding some of these dynamics. And again, here, one of the layers associated with our proposal is focused on predation on young deer, but in particular, how those potential dynamics may well be shifting relative to the couple of very bad winters that we've seen both in 16-17 and 18-19 within this system. That I think is in the process of potentially changing the dynamics relative to the roles of different operating factors within this herd, which I'll talk about through the course of this. So these are various funding sources to date that I'd like to acknowledge, and certainly this board has played a key role in making this project possible and keeping us going since we initiated this project back in 2013. And I'd be remiss without acknowledging my key players associated with it, my grad students and team that are behind the scenes working through a lot of the day-to-day and or have recently graduated. And those are from left to right: Samantha Dwinell, Rhiannon Jacobek, Taylor Lashar, and Ellen Akins. And so the core of this work, and at least the piece associated with the potential role of predation, stems from the Wyoming Range Mule Deer Initiative, which was initiated by the agency back in 2011. And the fifth objective that emanated from that effort was associated with predator management. And specifically, and I quote, the aim was to seek information to determine if predator management would benefit the Wyoming Range mule deer population. So that's one of the heart of the questions in which we're working on with some of this work. And then if predator control is utilized, coordinated with predator management agencies to maximize the benefits of predator control to mule deer. So one of those underlying layers associated with understanding the potential role of predation within this iconic mule deer herd that certainly faces predation pressure from a realm of potentially different predators. And most of the predators that we've documented over the course of this work, mainly those being around the outside, we've not yet seen wolf predation occur. And it's quite possible that grizzly bears may end up on this slide at some point in time. And really the piece here that we're aiming to address, which is fairly logical, is much like most mule deer herds, in fact, every mule deer herd that I've worked in, mule deer tend to be very fecund. So that is, they're almost always pregnant. We see pregnancy rates of about 95%. And more often than not, they twin, which means we're seeing fetal rates of upwards of 1.75 fawns per female that end up hitting the ground. But then we definitely don't see all of those fawns brought back with us to winter range. So we're trying to understand that differential within that piece. And so we do that just like the sheep work. We're deploying some of the newest technology that's available to us which links mom's collar to a vaginal implant transmitter that indicates timing of birth. And then we hustle in there and do our best to find the newborn fawns, fit them with the radio collar, and then monitor their survival thereafter. So this herd is a migratory herd, which has also been an interesting layer within our work. The two primary winter ranges, I think most of you are familiar with, the Cowpet winter range on the east side, and then the southern winter range, which is goes basically from Cokeville almost all the way down to Evanston. So I'll talk about young mule deer first and the patterns that we've seen. So this is just a Kaplan-Meier survivorship curve, basically. So all we're seeing is just incremental changes in survival as we go from birth to 140 days of age. And so to 140 days of age, what you'll note is across the 5 years of which we've been able to do this work, we see survival ranging from under 40% to basically under or almost right at 60%. What you'll also note is in some of the recent years, the blue line there, the red line there is 2019. So that was from last summer. The green line there, 2017. Those two lines in particular follow those two bad winters. And those are the 2 years of the poorest fawn survival that we've seen, and then some gradient thereafter in the other years. If we break that out and look at relative proportion of causes across those 5 years of time, what this bar is, it just represents all the animals. So 100% of them, and then each proportion. So on the right, you see those that lived. So that's simply our survival, and then the various causes embedded within. What you will note, and if you all remember, 2015, our primary cause of mortality was surprisingly to us disease, most of that being attributed to adenovirus. None of us were really expecting that to happen, but it was definitely a key player in that point in time. That was also at a point in time when that population was certainly larger than it is now, and had been pretty stagnant relative to growth for a number of years. Jump down to 2017, the other interesting layer that isn't a normal thing to be documenting, but the primary role or the primary cause of mortality for newborn fawns in 2017, or for young fawns in 2017, was stillborn. So again, that was after that really bad winter. So a couple of different layers that are not normal things to be documented when most studies look at fawn survival. And then what you note is if you look at that somewhat goofy greenish color, if I knew my colors better, I could probably tell you exactly what color that is, but whatever that bluish green color is, that's associated with predation. And it certainly fluctuated from 1 year to the next, with higher levels of predation in 2016, 2019 in particular. If we grab that segment of predation and then break that out proportionally across years, the other interesting layer here is that there hasn't been one winter overall, if you want to call it a winter, relative to the potential cause of predation when predation occurs, or at least use the culprit for that. In 2017, we had some technological challenges, and so we ended up with a lot more unknowns than we would like to see in any 1 year relative to being able to confidently assign cause of mortality associated with predation. That is, we just weren't able to get there soon enough. But the first couple of years when we initiated this work, so 2015 and 2016, coyotes were the leading mortality causes. And then that shifted down to seeing more predation associated with black bears and lions in particular. And a fair bit of that lion predation isn't necessarily occurring with newborns. It's as they've gotten a little bit older, but have not yet made it through the summer. So certainly a transition from 2015 down to 2018 relative to predation related causes of mortality. The other layer associated with that is, at least beyond these animals getting through the summer, if we take those fawns and extend that a bit further, and that's all that we've done here. So we've just taken the x-axis and gone further out in time. I'll highlight the blue line and the red line in those figures. The blue line is pretty striking. Once we hit that 2016, 2017 winter, we lost all of our fawns. So that winter just simply kicked their butt. In 2018, 19-20 winter, their 18-19 winter, sorry, it became more also very difficult for them to make it through the winter, but was not near as bad. And that was in part because there was a disparity in winter dynamics between those two herds. And that is the southern winter range was really bad. The northern winter range wasn't near as bad. So we were able to carry a few more fawns through from that winter. So we're certainly continuing to see consistent layers of winter affecting this herd to date. And this is a picture of at least what that 2016-2017 winter looked like for some of the animals. This is on the hog's back on the Cowpet winter range, which is normally the heart of their winter range relative to where these animals make use of that range. You can see the deer in the bottom of the picture there and the trail it's made along that ridge. Its life is completely covered in snow. And so this is, I think, definitely for us, and as we talked about in the previous figures, at least for fawn survival, it seems like things are changing and maybe changing dramatically. And again, much of our talk has been, and even in the proposals associated with fawn survival, but because of what's necessary to make that side of the work possible, we're simultaneously monitoring adults very closely as well. And I'd like to highlight some of those pieces real quick, which I think brings us to an interesting place today. This is to highlight those measures of adult survival. So this is just proportion of survival that we've seen across those winters. So this is just from November to April. And many of you may know, we kind of like to see survival of adult female deer at least over 90%. And it's not uncommon to see it reach 95% through an entire year. So again, this is only a 6-month period through the winter. What you'll note is in 2016-17 and 2018-19, survival within this population was terrible. About 70% in that 16-17 winter, and it dropped below that in that 18-19 winter. I think what's also really interesting is in that 18-19 winter, most of the mortality was on that southern winter range, which also means that most of those animals down there carried the brunt of that mortality. And so even though it seems like more survival here was 65% across the herd, it was very different between those two winter ranges. If I layer on body fat onto this figure, I think it highlights that even further. So this is similar to what we looked at for sheep relative to body fat. And I want you to just simply note how terrible a condition these animals were in following the 16-17 winter, and then at least that southern winter range after the 18-19 winter. These animals are barely hanging on to their lives in these instances. And so winter has played a huge role in influencing their survival and then influencing the condition of these animals as they've left winter range, which is certainly the primary reason why we've been seeing poor fawn survival after those bad winters and high rates of stillborn thereafter as well. Females are doing their best to hang on and survive, and it's coming at the cost of their fawns. And if we look at causes of mortality, in particular over winter, for all of our adult females through the years in which we've been monitoring them, during those bad winters, what we're seeing is we're losing animals to malnutrition. So that green there on the left is basically during those bad winters, animals are just laying down and dying. They don't have enough resources to make it through it. So I think what's interesting here is if you consider those two winters, and if you consider adult survival across a herd, either at 70% in one winter, we don't see a lot of recovery as we go from one year to the next because animals are just doing their best to hang on. And then we hit a segment of the herd with another bad winter. We drop survival down below 70% again. What we've done is we've ratcheted that population down to a pretty great degree. I will highlight, and I think it's important to note that interestingly, after those two bad winters, if you look at body fat the following summers, we're seeing some of the highest levels of body fat that we've ever seen within this population. Animals are incredibly robust and very fat. And I think that's indicative of a couple of different things. One in particular is moisture benefiting this population, and also the reduction in density, certainly meaning that there's more and higher quality food available for the females that remain. So winter playing a key role here that's causing a shift in the dynamics. But what we also know about populations, but we only know it when we can look at them over a long enough period of time, is that they're potentially cyclic, right? Not every player is operating in the same way as we go through time because there's dynamics within these populations. We have drought, or we have bad winter, or we have rising animal density, which means that, for example, the role of either density of the population or the role of weather or the role of predators isn't necessarily the same as we go from one year to the next. It's dynamic. And that's ever evident if we consider, many of you have probably seen this classic figure that's used in all sorts of different classrooms and other scenarios of the lynx hair cycle that's associated with the Hudson Bay records of pelt records from that system. And we see these cyclic dynamics relative to certain instances, for example, when lynx are playing a primary role in the abundance of hares, and then in other instances we're not. And I think at the moment, it's a hypothesis, but we're beginning to see evidence that the dynamics specifically associated with predation may well be shifting within this system. We've seen strong signatures associated with the role of nutrition, the role of weather, even the role of disease within this system that's certainly been operable in influencing this population. But there's evidence from just simply this spring, and so I don't want to say a whole lot about it other than the direction it's currently pointing us at the moment, that seems to indicate that those dynamics may well be shifting, and they could be shifting markedly. As you could imagine, as a deer population or as a prey population, any prey population shifts in abundance, and certainly we have definitely seen that relative to these 2 bad winters, the predator population doesn't also fall at the same time. In fact, generally, most of those dynamics, we see a lag within the predator population following and tracking its primary prey population. And so again, these things are dynamic, but what we might expect at the moment with this dramatic fall within the deer population is that our predator populations are still fairly abundant, and probably most likely are, as in they haven't seen a concomitant fall, which means we might expect higher rates of predation. And so at the moment, what's on this figure here is simply what we've seen since March 15th, which is basically when we did our spring capture of those animals, boosted our sample size in preparation for this spring. And so within this study, we're monitoring adult male survival as well as adult females and juvenile animals that would have been our surviving fawns from the previous year. What I'll note is this spring, and it occurred during migration, we had 39 adult males on air. We lost 2 of them to predation. We had 79 adult females on air, and this is one of the more alarming things. So the notion is we had 79 females. We're not talking 20. So this is a fairly robust sample of females, but we've lost 7 of them this spring to predation. 5 of those were associated with mountain lions, 2 to coyotes. The 2 females that were killed by coyotes, although were not necessarily thin, their bone marrow was still good, so they weren't suffering severely from malnutrition. They were old animals, maybe making them a bit vulnerable to coyote predation, but nonetheless, they were killed by coyotes, 5 of them killed by lions, and then even 2 of the 10 juveniles we had on air were killed by lions just within this spring. So literally from March 15th to right now. That level of predation on adult females, I think it's like 8.8%. And again, this is like just within a very short window of time. So that's already taken a pretty serious knock on survival of our adult females, all of which is unequivocally associated with predation. And even, for example, the picture on the bottom there, that was actually a 9-year-old male that we just collared on Winter Range this winter. He's a very large male, one of our larger body males that we had on air. And he was killed by a lion while migrating. That's a picture of his cache on the right side of that, the slide there. So I think this is certainly preliminary. I don't think it's anecdotal. It's the direction that some of this current evidence is pointing us. We're really curious to see what happens with fawn survival this summer, but it certainly seems like some of the dynamics within this system may well have pivoted to the point where predators may be playing a more dominant role in the system than they have previously. that's the direction it's pointing us, and we're super curious to see what comes together through the rest of the summer and the rest of this calendar year, because things may well be changing, and I think exemplifies the power of a longer term data set and being able to capture variation within a system to understand what's driving it. So I hope, so long as we're able to continue to maintain support for this work, our goal is to make this a long-term data set so we can capture some of this variation and understand what's driving this this very valuable public resource in Western Wyoming. So with that, I thank you for having to put up with me for a couple of presentations and considering our proposal and our work. I thank you for all the support to date. Sincerely, that's helped us to keep operating, and I'd happily do my best to address any questions if anybody has any. Yeah, Tyler. Oh, sorry, Chairman.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Mr. Chairman, so I'm just wondering if there's a way, if you have looked at the relationship between some of these other factors, like nutrition, the age, you mentioned of some of those older individuals in particular, disease load, getting an idea of the strength of this relationship between depredation on those animals. I mean, just thinking about this idea of compensatory mortality, to what extent, you know, they're weeding out the ones that aren't quite at the, on top of the game. Maybe the declining females, maybe they're indications that their body fat is okay, but they're older, they're not getting as much, moving as quickly and things like that. And so I'm just wondering about the strength of that relationship. If you're evaluating that, and does that tell you anything more than?
Yeah, great question, Tyler. So we're in the process of all of that. Before this window of time this spring, relative to adult animals, although we have certainly seen mortality over time caused by predation, the only way, so each mortality event ultimately represents your key sample size, right? You need to have a robust sample of animals, but you have to have enough mortality events to detect those relationships. And by and large, adult survival has been relatively high with the exception of those 2 winters. And so, for example, in those 2 winters, what we know from those periods of time is animals that were old or animals that entered winter with fewer fat reserves had a way higher probability of dying. So meaning we tended to lose the thinner and the older animals during those bad winters. We're probably reaching a point now soon where we can dig deeper into that relationship relative to potential vulnerability associated with adult animals. Relative to work I've done previously, and at least relative to what we've seen without being able to do robust analyses, as in their preliminary analyses, at least when it comes to lion predation, they're very good predators. I have a lot of respect for lions, and they don't really need an animal to be vulnerable for them to be able to execute a kill. And I think even some, like some of the animals that we saw this spring, for example, one of them was a yearling animal that had just given birth 2 days prior. And so young animal, robust. The other was that 9-year-old male that was just great big male when we handled him in January. And so at least relative to cat predation on adults, we tend not to see the need for more vulnerable animals to be taken. So I think in most of those instances, that role potentially being more additive. Now, when we were at a higher population density and we were seeing much stronger nutrition related signatures driving various relationships within the population, based on the evidence we have, what predation levels we saw, I just don't see that it was making that big of a difference within that population, as in it was largely compensatory because we were seeing enough density nutrition related regulation within the herd. But what we're seeing now is those things are changing. These animals are in much better nutritional condition, meaning they have greater potential for survival, greater potential for reproduction, and also indicative of predation events having more of an additive role when they do occur. And then simultaneously, we're seeing this uptick in predation events, especially on adults, which, of course, if you see that level of predation on adults, you're going to have a pretty big influence on a population. So I'll be really curious if we see corresponding increases in predation rates of fawns this year. And we're roughly halfway through our fawning period right now, and I really don't have much to say. I think we've had one predation event, and it was a bear from this spring, but we're just in the process of putting all our fawns on air this spring. But so I think currently those things could potentially be changing. But great question, Tyler.
Thanks.
Other questions for Kevin?
I do have one. I wondered why wolves were not included as the predators on the Wyoming Range.
Because we have not seen a single wolf predation yet. I'll certainly include it when we see it. We do know they're around, but we have not seen a predation event from wolves yet. So we may well see it before long, but we have not seen it yet. That's the only reason why it's not included.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. Kevin, I got two questions, kind of separate lines of questioning. The first one I noticed, and I'm sorry to blur your presentations, but the first presentation talked about funding for this year and then next year. This in this packet, I don't see any talk about funding for, and I say this year and next year, I mean this round and next round. What are your timelines for both of these projects, and how can you proceed with a reduction in funding on both projects?
Mike, you asked me that question last year too, and it hurts every time you ask.
Well, it's a reality. You heard it the first. We're looking at a 20% reduction, and I think the board needs to know, can you be effective with less money, because we have less money to give. I
know.
I see requests for $428,000, and we only have $270 to give.
Yeah.
So it's not a personal question, but it's a reality.
That's fair, Mike. I'm just going to give you crap when I can, So the timeline, so the sheep work, the intention there is we're working through this year lamb survival, continuing the dual capture of adult females, and then one more year of lamb survival. And then we'll finish up, I believe it's March 2022 is our currently planned last capture event. So that's our time window there. Our current goal with the Wyoming Range Mule Deer Project, and maybe for better or worse or whatever the case may be, but is to do our best to make it a long-term project. And I think it may seem like it's already been long, but even 5 years of time isn't that much time, especially when we've seen the level of changes that we've seen to date. And it's put us in a pretty amazing position to be able to capture this variation within this mule deer population that we can't really plan for in any other instance. For example, it's hard to suddenly attack and go work on a herd where we've implemented or seen a dramatic reduction in density, which gives us an opportunity to see how all of these different dynamics may shift through time. And so because of those processes, we're doing our best to try to push for at least another 5 years so that we can capture that. And my hope is that we can capture recovery of this population so we can understand how all of these players change as this population recovers. We certainly haven't seen it yet. And after the 16-17 winter, that was the goal. Let's monitor through the winter, the carryover consequences of winter, and let's be able to see what it looks like relative to recovery of a mule deer herd, which basically nobody has ever been able to do before. And so we're now poised, given the information we already have in hand, to be able to capture that and do that. And so even though I can't predict what it's going to look like over the next 5 years, my hope is that we can cover at least that length of time. Relative to funding, that's a sort of weird question where I feel like I could shoot myself in the foot very quickly. Because, for example, I could just tell you we can't operate without these funds. We have to have them all. And the reality is I don't quite know what that looks like. We fundraise from one year to the next. And once we bring partners on the table, as I do my best to forecast going forward, I often ride on faith that those same partners that we built are going to continue to be at the table to help us in going forward. And so, for example, if this partnership wanes, I have to hope that somebody else can step up and fill those gaps as we've projected our budget forward. So, I mean, as I've projected my budget forward, I'm counting on these resources, riding on faith relative to these resources. It's not to say somebody else will pick up the slack if it's not there, but then I got to find it or be able to pull it off somewhere. I'm not pushing 2 years ahead. It's just not possible for the scope of the projects like these to raise all the money and then go to work. I'd probably ease my stress levels a lot, but it's just not feasible. So we go, we operate, we get the project moving, build the partnerships, and then hopefully I don't piss everybody off and then lose all the partnerships and the project is a wreck. So that's the process behind the scenes relative to how we operate. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but that's the reality of which I have to deal with to try to keep these projects moving.
Thanks. I know that's not an easy question, and you did a good job answering it, but it's something that I think the board needs to hear and whatnot. So thank you for that. And if I can, I'm going to go to my second question. The second question is relative to the predation and fawn survival charts that you showed. You and I know that there was quite a bit of effort in 17 and 18 that was put into removing a large number of coyotes directly out of this study area with in the fawn springing season. Are you going to be able to capture that data in your report and in your study? Because I think it's pretty dramatic. In 17, there's a huge decline in coyote predation, and I would propose that the fact that we were out there killing coyotes during fawning is probably pretty directly related to that. And then again in 18, we maybe didn't do as much in 18 as we did in 17, but I guess my hope is that somehow that information can be captured in your study. Do you think that's a possibility? Do you think it's something reasonable to talk about?
Yeah, great question, Mike. I appreciate you bringing that up. And I can, so long as you help keep supporting us, I'll bring those pieces to the table next year. How's that for bait? The one thing, the one thing, so I'm not quite sure, but I would like to, I'll bring what we have to the table next year, and I would like to maybe have that more conversational, and let's talk about it next year. The one challenge was relative to where the control was effective ended up occurring at the fringes or off of many of the summer ranges that we had where animals resided that year. So I'm not quite sure how much of it was a consequence of that level of control, given that most of the animals that we've monitored through that summer occurred in ranges far off from where that coyote control took place. But I tell you what I will do, let's next year, I'll show where that coyote control took place, and then we'll look at the animals at least that resided, and maybe I could break them out proportionally, resided in closer proximity to those effective control areas, and then break that out relative to animals across the rest of the range. And let's look for differences between those two pieces. Does that sound fair?
So I think there's a lot of people on this board, livestock producers and whatnot, that would have an opinion about whether or not those coyotes follow those migrating deer somewhat. So it makes me a little bit nervous when you say they were killed in one spot, but the deer lived in a different spot. In my career, and I cannot document it, I've never, I'm not a researcher, but I've seen coyotes that will follow deer and sheep off of the winter range down onto the summer range, or vice versa. So I get it. As a research component, that might be hard to document, but I would hope you wouldn't discredit the fact that you know, a lot of coyote removal took place in the exact years that you show a significant decrease in coyote predation on those deer.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Mike. And as you know, remember our work South Rock Springs when we had those coyotes on air and we're able to look at movement of those animals. Their home ranges can certainly be impressively large. And so you're exactly right. I'll make sure I bring that, and I'm not going to discredit it. I hope you can trust me in that. But let me bring that to the table next year so we can have a conversation associated with that, where those animals were, where the summer ranges were for other animals, and we'll see about bringing some of those pieces to the table. The other thing that's in the back of my mind relative to this is I think there's, especially given what we've been able to lay down to date within this system, I think it would be pretty powerful if we were able to pull it off, to be able, much like we did in that South Rock Springs within that high desert system, be able to get some coyotes on air and ideally some lions on air within the system too. And Director Nesvik, I hope I'm not quite speaking out of turn. I haven't had a lot of conversations with the agency about this yet. Gary Freilich and I spent a bunch of time talking about it when we were in the field a couple of days ago. But I think at least relative to what we learned within that high desert system, this system could be very interesting to compare to relative to those dynamics, not only because it's a more productive system from a forage-based perspective for deer, but they're also very migratory. In that South Rock Springs herd, although they were migratory, it's more of kind of like a spider web of shorter migrations. Whereas in these instances, these are very much lined out migrations. And it'd be really curious to know if predators, both coyotes and lions, for example, are queuing in on those migrations, are relocating with regards to those migrations and how these deer are moving across the landscape. Anyway, it's certainly something that's been on my mind and on my mind even more after we've seen the level of predation that we've seen this spring.
Thanks, Kevin. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Mike.
Any other questions for Kevin? All right. Well, thanks as always, Kevin. We appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yes, Dr. Monteith, I have a general question about, so the category of unknown, and this is not case specific or study specific, just in general. Is there a way, and very difficult question to answer, I'm sure, but a way of providing a little more specifics under the unknown category? Maybe it's quantified as a best guess, but just provide more detail under every scenario where you have an unknown. Somewhere the unknown is pretty significant. Just your comments on how to handle that, or provide more specifics, I guess, with the unknown category.
Yeah, it's a great question, Jeff. And I, as a researcher, I cringe having to put up figures that have some component of unknowns within it. So at least I can assure you from our side of the table, that's not what we want to see. We want to know what happened to every animal. And so so the unknowns can be a number of different things. If we're pretty certain it's predation, but can't quite pin down what predator it is, we're going to allocate that source to predation, for example, if we're pretty certain of that. Most unknowns are a collar, and there's nothing there. There's not a track, there's no hair, it's just a collar. And that could mean, it could mean a number of different things. In some instances, it's, for example, even though we're trying to use the best technology that's out there, a mortality event occurred, but we didn't get a notification from a caller till 2 days after the mortality event occurred. And so we don't get in there soon enough, and it's been scavenged, whatever has happened, and there's nothing that remains for us to be able to ascertain what happened. And so that may be the most frequent unknown. Generally, when the technology works the way it should, there's at least enough evidence there for us to ascertain what the cause of death was. Generally, with if we're going to assign something to predation, we want to, for example, be able to know or assess to some degree the condition of the animal, and at least be able to see some hemorrhaging associated with antemortem bruising. That is, the predator did something to the animal when it was still alive, thus the predator was responsible for bringing it down. As you might expect on a 10-pound fawn, when we get there, that's like breakfast for some predators, right? There may be very little there, but generally, because we're in there so quickly, there's enough there for us to be able to sort out that, okay, this was a bear, even though there's not a lot of the fawn that's left. Because otherwise, as you can imagine, especially with small animals like that, we would classify a lot of them as unknowns, because it's nothing for a predator to sit down and basically gobble up the rest of it pretty quickly. And so the other side of that too is, because once an animal dies and becomes immobile, we get on fawns, we get notified, so long as everything works the way it should, within 6 hours. And then we do our very best to hustle in there quickly. So generally, if say it laid down and died and then was scavenged, scavenger had to find it pretty quickly, before we were able to actually get in there. So I appreciate you pointing out our flaws. It's not, no, I know it's a very challenging thing to do. We do our very best to ascertain cause, and we don't want to have unknowns in there. But in those that 1 year in particular, we have a big block of unknowns. That was because our technology was failing us, and we were doing our best to pick up the slack because we weren't getting notifications when we should. So we were late to the game on far too many things. But hopefully that gives you a little bit of confidence too, in that we're not necessarily more likely to call something an unknown if it was a predation event, or we're not more likely to call it an unknown if it was a malnutrition event. It just happened to be the various circumstances that largely occurred at random that led us to have to call it an unknown. And so the logic behind that is we should be able to kick off the unknowns and then look at the proportional distribution of the rest of the mortality causes. As in, say, if we kick out the unknowns, 30% of the mortality was predation, that would mean most likely 30% of those unknowns were predation, or 20% was malnutrition. 20% of the unknowns were malnutrition. And I'm pretty confident, based on what we see relative to when we're forced to categorize them as unknowns, I think it's a similar random distribution to all the other causes that we see, so we can hone in on those other causes. But we're going to do our best to be honest with you, to show you the reality of what we see in the field relative to what we're able to do.
Okay, anything else for Dr. Monteith? All right, thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
So I think this would be a good time to take a 15-minute break, so we'll reconvene at 10:30.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jerry, I couldn't hear you if you were talking. Sorry.
There. I thought I'd unmuted myself, but I must have double clicked. So we're on a break until 10:30.
Okay.
I just wanted to let you know that's what we're at.
I didn't see anybody sitting around. I thought you might be in a little siesta there. I thought it'd give me time to run and get some more coffee. So I'll be right back too. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye. Mike Barker, can you hear me? Mike Barker, we are on a break until 10:30.
He's on mute.
I realize that, and I'm trying to get him to get off. Mike, there you are.
Yeah, maybe you can hear me now.
Yes. Just wanted to let you know we are on a break until 10:30. I did get a hold of Nate, and he knows that. So he will be on also, though.
Great. Thanks a lot, Jerry.
Thank you for joining us.
All right, I think we'll go ahead and get started. And I do notice, I think we've got our next presenter here. I think Allie's probably doing these next, at least the next one. Is that right, Allie?
Yep, I hope just the next one.
Okay. I didn't know if you were gonna help with the, oh no, there is no others for you, sorry. Yeah, so hey, you're good. The floor is yours.
All right, well, thank you everyone. Good morning. Let me see if I can share my screen here with you. All right. Can you guys see that PowerPoint?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having me this morning. Really appreciate the time. My name is Allie Cordemanch. I'm the North Jackson wildlife biologist for the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. And really excited to share some of these preliminary results with you guys today and give you an update on how this project is going in the Grovant. It continues to be a really high priority for our department as well as the public around Jackson to try to understand what's going on between elk and wolves in the Grovant drainage outside of Jackson. And we've been working on this project for about 1.5 years now with fantastic support from you guys. And yeah, gonna share an update and hopefully take some time for questions too. So just to orient everyone to the area that we're talking about for this project, this is part of the Jackson elk herd. And these black lines show all of the hunt areas that are part of that Jackson elk herd. It basically stretches from the town of Jackson all the way north to Yellowstone National Park and then to the east as well toward Du Bois. And the Jackson elk herd is about 11,000 animals. It's an iconic, very iconic elk herd, one of the largest elk herds that we have here in North America. And it provides a lot of importance culturally here in Western Wyoming and economically. About 1,000 to 1,500 elk are harvested every year out of this elk herd. And a lot of those elk are taken on general licenses. So it gives our resident hunters as well as non-resident hunters really excellent elk hunting opportunity. And so within this elk herd of 11,000 animals, these orange hunt areas are what makes up what we call the Grovant segment of the herd, hunt area 81, 82, and 83. And in the Grovant, we have 3 feed grounds that the Wyoming Game and Fish Department operates in the wintertime here, kind of along the Grovant River at the bottom of the drainage. And then the other major feed ground, so to speak, in the area is the National Elk Refuge, which is operated by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service outside of Jackson. And so between these different areas, this is where the majority of the elk from the Jackson elk herd spend the winter. So this is a photo of one of our feed grounds in the Grovant, the Patrol Cabin feed ground, just to give you guys a sense of what that landscape looks like in the winter. And this feed ground can hold anywhere from 1,000 elk to 3,000 elk during the winter time. So every winter, we at the Game and Fish Department go out and count the number of elk that we have in the herd and that winter in these different areas. And so one of the places that we go out and count is within the Grovant. And this graph shows what those counts of elk have been in that Grovant drainage going back to 2000. And so we have a goal of wanting about 3,500 elk to be wintering in the Grovant, either on those 3 feed grounds or off the feed grounds on native winter range. And so you can see that, in the early 2000s, we were actually above that goal, over 4,000. One year, about 4,500 elk counted in the Grovant. And then, you know, those numbers dropped and kind of hovered right below that 3,500 goal, kind of between 2009 through about 2012. And then since 2012, we saw a really major decline in the numbers of elk wintering in the Gros Ventre. And it bottomed out, as you can see, in 2017, where we counted a total of 86 elk in that entire drainage. And when we hit the bottom there, you know, game and fish managers became really concerned about, as well as the public and outfitters, you know, what is going on with these elk? Where are they? Are they, you know, dying? Are they just moving to different areas? What's going on? And so as a result of that, we felt like we really needed to get a handle on what is happening with elk in this area. And so that was the year that we came to you guys. We initiated a project where we wanted to put collars on elk to get a sense of their survival and to get a sense of their movements, to figure out if they are leaving the Gros Ventre, where they're going, are they coming back, what's happening. And luckily, since that bottoming out in 2017, you can see the next 2 winters that we've had, the numbers have jumped back up to about 2,100 elk both years in the Gros Ventre, which is great. It's still well below that 3,500 mark that we're shooting for, but it's way better than 86 elk for sure. So, so this is basically the same graph. That blue line is the same line with the numbers of elk over time in the Gros Ventre. And then this red line is showing the wolf numbers in the Gros Ventre at the same time. And so one of the things that we've noticed, which I think is pretty apparent when you look at this graph, is that as the elk numbers went down, the wolf numbers went up at the same time. And the wolf numbers kind of reached their peak in about 2014 to 2016 with about 28 to 30 wolves in the Gros Ventre at that time, spread between a number of different packs. And it was at that time that, you know, the elk numbers really went way down. Since that time, you know, the last couple years when elk numbers have started to come back up, wolf numbers have gone down. So the last 2 winters, we've had 7 wolves in the Gros Ventre in winter 2018, 2019, and then 8 wolves last year in 2019, 2020. So one of the things, you know, I mean, this graph, it's kind of obvious what might be going on, you know, as wolf numbers go up, elk numbers go down. But one of the things that we're really interested in figuring out is kind of where is that threshold, or where is that trigger point for basically how many wolves does it take in that Gros Ventre area to cause elk to leave, you know, to cause those numbers to go down. So some of the work that we've done over the past year and a half to try to understand some of this nuance is a lot of the elk collaring work that you guys have helped support. So in November 2018, we started that collaring work where we collared 18 cow elk using a helicopter. So the goal of this work was that we wanted to try to catch these elk after the hunting season was over, but before they went to their winter ranges, before they, you know, potentially left the Gros Ventre for the winter. So we caught them in November with a helicopter. And then last year in 2019, again, with some support from ADMB, we collared an additional 15 cow elk as well to increase that sample size. And we already had 8 collars in the area from some previous work. So right now we have a total of 41 collars on the air on Gros Ventre elk, which is great. So the way these collars work, they last for about 2.5 years. They automatically collect a GPS location every 2 hours on the elk. And then after 2.5 years, the battery is exhausted and the collar drops off of the elk. All right, so I wanted to show you guys, hopefully you can see this. I wanted to show you guys a quick video of what some of these elk movements look like. Hopefully, can you guys see that screen with the aerial image, hopefully?
We see a blank screen.
Oh no, okay, let me see if I can turn this off.
You're on a blank slide, that's all.
Okay, hold on. Here we go. All right, how about that?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, fantastic. Great. So what I'm going to show you here is a video of over the past year and a half when we've had these collars out, what these elk have done. So just to orient you again, where my cursor is that Grovant drainage where the majority of those colored lines are. And then down here is the National Elk Refuge, where some of those elk go in the wintertime as well. And each color corresponds to one collared elk. And so for example, up here at the top, this yellow line corresponds to one of our collared elk. And then you can see a bunch of them down here actually in the Grovant drainage. And so I'm just going to play this video. It's about a minute long. And this is the type of data that we're getting from these collars as these animals move across the landscape throughout the year. And so you can see this is winter 2018, 2019. They've kind of settled in. This is spring. They start to move around a lot more. And then they make their way up to those summer ranges in the Grovant. They kind of settle into those high elevation summer ranges. And then once fall starts, they'll start to move back down into the drainage. Some more collars will come online as we catch some more elk. And then again, they start to go to their winter areas again. So you can see that there's some that are wintering in the Grovant, and then there's some that are going down to the National Elk Refuge to winter. Maybe I'll just play that one more time. But for us, I mean, this is really great data. We've never had this type of data on the Grovant segment of the herd before. And we also have concurrent wolf collars out at the same time that are providing the same type of data. And so we can really look at, you know, over time or even on a daily basis, how are these elk interacting with wolves? Are they, you know, responding to wolves or not? What's going on? So this is really great data helping us answer a lot of these questions for us and for the public. All right, go back to my other screen, hopefully. All right, so we've had the collars on for about a year and a half. We're starting to get some information on the survival of these cow elk over that time period. And what we've seen so far is that we've had really high survival on our collared cows. Out of those 41 elk, we've had 5 mortalities so far, so 12%. And those mortalities have been 2 of those elk, unfortunately, were harvested by hunters over by Dubois. They'd actually left the herd unit and were harvested in hunt areas outside of the Jackson elk herd over by Dubois, where they have more liberal cow hunting seasons. 1 was killed by a mountain lion, 1 died of a pretty severe systemic infection, and then 1 died of starvation, probably caused by old age. Her teeth were really pretty much gone at that point when she died. So far we have not had any wolf predation, at least on our collared cow elk. I think that's something that we will obviously continue to track over time, and maybe that's an effect of just right now there's not many wolves in the Grovant. Like I said, there's only 7 or 8. And so if that changes, you know, in future years, we may see more wolf predation. One of the other key things that we've learned from these collars, which you just saw on that video, was that over the past 2 winters, about 75% of our collared elk have stayed in the Gros-Ventre for the winter, which is fantastic. That's what we want them to be doing. And then 25% have gone and wintered on the National Elk Refuge. And so that's helped us understand kind of the overall numbers of this herd segment a little better. So if you remember, I told you the last couple of winters, we've had about 2,100 elk that we've counted in the Gros-Ventre. Based on these collars, we think that's about 75% of that Gros-Ventre herd. So if we add that extra 25% onto that, we have close to 3,000 elk in that herd segment. So these are some of the questions that we are really interested in getting better information on as part of this study. So the first one, I'm just going to go down the list and kind of give you a sense of what we're finding so far. So our first question is wolf predation affecting our collared cow elk survival? And like I said, you know, the past 2 winters, we haven't had any collared elk killed by wolves. But I think that's preliminary. That could obviously change if more wolves move into that Gros-Ventre country. So right now it seems like no, but something we want to continue to look at. Is wolf predation causing a population decline in the Gros-Ventre? Again, that doesn't seem to be the case as of right now, but something we want to continue to look at. Are wolves causing elk to leave the Gros-Ventre in the winter? Yes, it seems like at certain wolf densities, that is when elk leave the Gros-Ventre in the winter, and that's why we see those low counts during some years. But with fewer wolves in the Gros-Ventre, it seems like those elk the last 2 years have come back, which is really great to see them, you know, be able to adapt and be flexible like that. Another key question is how many wolves does it take to cause these elk to leave the Gros-Ventre? And again, we don't really know the answer to that. That's going to take some more years to watch and collect more data to see, as wolf numbers change, what elk do. And then are there other factors that affect elk leaving the Gros-Ventre? You know, maybe it's a combination of a certain number of wolves and, you know, certain winter conditions, deep snow, things like that, that might cause elk to leave. Another key question was, even if these elk leave, are they returning to their same summer and fall ranges, which is really important for hunters and outfitters. And from what we've seen so far, yes, that is the case, which is very promising. And then finally, are our current wolf hunting seasons and quotas benefiting Gros-Ventre elk? Yes, it seems like bringing those wolf numbers down the last couple of years has benefited Gros-Ventre elk. So how are we using this information? This information has been really great the last couple of years to help inform how we set our wolf hunting seasons in the Gros-Ventre and the quotas that we have. We have set fairly high quotas the last couple of years to try to bring those numbers of wolves down to benefit the elk, and it seems like that is working so far. It's also informed our elk hunting seasons. We've been able to identify some of these key elk movement paths and migration routes. We've put cameras on those routes to get a better idea of numbers that are coming and going. And then the data has been really valuable for a lot of the outfitters in the area who are really interested in what's going on with the elk, as well as wolves. And we've shared a lot of these data with those outfitters over the project. And then finally, I think it's going to be really valuable data to have for monitoring elk movements if and when elk feed grounds might change in the area. So having a lot of these data now is really important to understand if things change down the road, what it might mean for elk. So I think this is my final slide, but just a quick rundown of our budget request to you guys this year. So far, you guys have contributed $25,000 over 2 years to this project, which we're really thankful for. You've been the major funder of this work. And so what we're asking for this year is $28,000 for elk collars and helicopter capture costs for next fall. basically, you know, like I said, these collars only last for 2.5 years. And so we'd like to develop a rotation of about 15 collars going on every fall so that we have that sample size continuing over time as collars start to drop off. So the total project cost is $355,700. We've secured $51,450 of cash needed, and then there's a lot of in-kind contribution time and Wyoming Game and Fish budgetary money from the Wolf program that's going toward this project. So we're looking for $65,250 to finish off the rest of this project. Some of the other funders that we've gone to, we have submitted a proposal to Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation last year. They denied the request, unfortunately. It seems like at this time, that group is a bit more interested in funding larger research projects instead of more of this monitoring type work that we're doing. We have gone to Wyoming Governor's Big Game License Coalition. They funded the project last year, and we'll go to them again next year for additional funding. And then we're also going to seek some funding from Teton Conservation District here locally. And that's all I had. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions for Allie?
Mr. Chairman, this is Garrett.
Go ahead.
Alice, I got a question on that 75-25 split. Do you see those elk always winter in the same place, or do they maybe winter one year at the Elk Refuge and the next year at the Grove Aunt and vice versa?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, we do see a fair number of elk switching behaviors. So, you know, one year they might winter in the Grove Aunt, and then the next year they might go to the Elk Refuge, and then they might switch the next year. And so there is, yeah, it's surprising how flexible it seems like their wintering behavior seems to be. So that might be why, you know, some years we've counted very few elk in the Grove Aunt, you know, they've all left, and then the next year they all come back. It seems like they can switch pretty readily. And also within the Grove Aunt, we've noticed, you know, we have those 3 feed grounds. We also have elk that winter off the feed grounds on native winter range, and we've seen a fair amount of switching going on just within the Grove Aunt itself too.
Thank you.
Other questions for Allie? Allie, can you talk about the projected timeline or length of the project?
Yeah, great question. So we would like, you know, it's one of these projects where originally we planned for it to kind of be maybe a 3-year effort, which I think, you know, we'd still like to get a solid 3 years in. But it's one of these things that as we learn more, and there's just more and more interest from members of the public and the hunting community about it, I'm starting to think that it would be a project that would be great to continue into the future as well, especially as things might start changing, you know, either from a wolf perspective or from other perspectives. Just this type of data is just so valuable for everything that we do. And so I'd like to see it at least go for 3 years. If there is interest beyond that from some of our funding partners, I would certainly be interested in continuing it beyond that 3-year time window.
So this would be year 3?
Right. So from a budget perspective, I think this would be the last time that we would make a request to ADMB. If we do want to continue after that point, I would like to see more support coming from some other funding partners.
Other questions for Allie? All right. Well, thank you, Allie. We sure appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
You bet. And I think we've got Clint. Are you doing the Absaroka carnivore livestock interaction project?
Yep. That's correct.
All right. Hey, the floor is yours, Clint.
All right. Hi, everyone. Let me share my screen. Everyone see that?
Yep.
Yes.
There we go. So my name's Clint Atkinson. I'm the master's student working on this project, and currently I work for the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. I'm working through Dr. Arthur Middleton's research group at UC Berkeley. And I want to start out by thanking the ADMB board for their generous support last year and the opportunity to speak again today. This research effort will be a really strong partnership between the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, UC Berkeley, the Buffalo Bill Center of the West, and several livestock producers in Park County. I'll start by outlining the major questions we're interested in addressing through this work. We're interested in where and when cattle depredation occurs, and are there consistent spatiotemporal patterns? What are the drivers for those patterns at a coarse and fine scale? What factors influence overall calf mortality in domestic cattle of all causes? And what are the rates of mortality for depredation and natural causes? How effective are producers at locating depredation losses, and how do cattle respond to depredation risk? So the study area encompasses the South Fork of the Shoshone River drainage and Graybull River drainages. And I'm excited to report that we have a third producer participating this year. So we are now working with the TE Ranch, Pitchfork Ranch, and Hoodoo Ranches. So the first objective is to identify and evaluate patterns associated with cattle depredation and to determine the drivers for spatiotemporal variation in depredation incidents. This objective will focus more on the coarse scale environmental drivers such as terrain ruggedness, vegetation cover, elevation, productivity, annual precipitation, and other landscape features such as like distance to road or distance to human structure. Through a separate analysis, I would like to try to address how management action trends track with depredation trends through time. And for this objective, we have access to a long-term data set that has been collected and provided by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department on depredation dating back to 1995. And we also hope to map depredation risk based on the important explanatory variables that we identify. So I've done a little preliminary work with this data. Again, this data dates back to 1995. I used data up to 2018 to create this hotspot map, and this includes grizzly bear and wolf-caused cattle damage. So we have 3 distinct hotspots in the study area and around the study area. Up around Sunlight Crandall and Dead Indian Pass, we have pretty much our entire study area encompassed by the kind of the central hotspot there on the South Fork and Graybull River. And then to the south, we have a hotspot over the Owl Creeks. I created these animation maps to better illustrate how depredation distributions vary through time and space. Again, this is using data dating back to 95. And it's important to note that wolf depredation doesn't really show up in our records until 2008. And that's not necessarily because there wasn't depredation occurring before that by wolves. It's just that that's when we started inventorying wolf depredation. But this map is showing 5-year snapshots for all cattle depredation in the area. And you see the expected increase in the distribution of depredation, but you also see some shifting happening in where depredation is localized. And to take it a step further, 2016 was the highest depredation year for cattle on record. And we see kind of the expected shift upward in elevation as cattle are grazing at higher elevations moving through the seasons, but we also see new areas where cattle depredation is occurring in the fall where it wasn't occurring in the spring. And so these are the trends, spatial and temporal trends that we're interested in evaluating further and to try to determine the drivers for them. If we look at all depredation by month, the peak depredation months for cattle in the study area is around July, August, and September. And we see an interesting drop in wolf depredation during the month of June. And it's significantly lower for grizzlies during that month as well. And looking at trends, seasonal trends in depredation for bears and wolves. For grizzly bears, we see a peak in the early 2000s, and then another peak from 2010 to about 2015 across all three seasons. And interestingly, starting about 2012, 2013, spring and fall depredation declined and then started to increase recently, but summer depredation maintained an overall increasing trend through that time. And looking at wolf depredation trends across the seasons, it becomes really obvious that our peak periods have occurred during federal listing, federal protection for wolves. So this plot shows the average annual depredation count per ranch. And this really highlights that the majority of ranches are experiencing a low number of depredation, around 1 per year, and they often experience years without depredation, but there are several outliers in the data set, and these are the larger operations with a large number of cattle. And they're averaging 4 to 9 depredations annually. So moving forward, I'll be doing a lot more data cleaning, and my goals are to start analyses this coming spring, and I'll be building RSF models to compare attributes of known depredation sites with randomly selected non-depredation sites. And I will be exploring methods and working with folks to determine the most appropriate way to analyze how management action tracks with depredation trends. So the second objective is more of the fine scale look at depredation and overall mortality in cattle. So our goal is to determine factors that influence calf mortality through intensive monitoring. And we will investigate and quantify mortalities of all causes and model weekly mortality and survival. And we will also be assessing producer depredation detection rates through this objective. So some preliminary results from last year during the pilot season. We went into the pilot season hoping to learn more about sample sizes for the future, baseline depredation rates. We wanted to test transmitter options because we are using an ear tag based GPS technology, which is largely untested and not applied very broadly at this point. So we wanted to test out the available technology to optimize data collection during year 2 and 3. And we also wanted to collect some preliminary spatial data to better understand the grazing distributions for these different cattle herds of interest. So during the pilot season, in regards to the calf monitoring objective 2, we deployed 116 transmitters in the Hoodoo-Ferguson cattle group that you can see on the map right off the end of Carter Mountain there. And 16 of those were GPS transmitters. We ended up with 55 steer calves marked and 61 heifer calves. Again, we also collected some spatial data from adult cattle in Belknap, Ferguson, and the Phelps Mountain herds, all 3 groups shown on the map here. We tested out 3 different VHF options, and overall the VHF all worked well. We didn't have any issues. Retention was high. Transmitters stayed in their ears. We didn't have any issues. Everything seemed to work well. The GPS technology was quite variable. We tested out a store-on-board unit from Low-Tech that did not work out well. An Ecotone, a company called Ecotone produces a really exciting solar-charged GPS logger that we tested out last year, and those worked fantastic. We averaged 90% fixed success with those, highly accurate locations. We also tested out a Global Star satellite download solar tag through Telonix that was promising, and an Iridium pinpoint tag through Low-Tech. The ecotone loggers also collect a lot of other metrics in addition to location data. One of the variables being elevation, and I threw this in here just because it really highlights the variation in the elevational gradients that these cattle are grazed as you move from ranch to ranch. The Pitchfork is grazing over a lot different conditions than the Hoodoo Ranch, and it highlights the importance of having multiple ranches participating in this study to capture as much variation in the conditions these cattle face, different cattle breeds, and just the different levels of risk that they are exposed to. To talk a little bit about retention and deployment summaries for the transmitters, looking at all cattle, GPS averaged 84 days deployed, VHF averaged 140 days deployed, and I monitored all cattle a total of 74 days, herring on average about 90% of the targeted animals with telemetry. Looking at calves only, that GPS average drops down to 67.4 days. These tags just were a little bit too heavy to be putting in a calf here, and we've made modifications to lighten those units for calf GPS data collection this year. I monitored a total of 62 days and heard on average 94% of the calf groups that I was out to find each day. We had one mortality related to heat stress immediately after branding. 0 depredations, but it's important to note that I monitored in one cattle group intensively in regard to the calf survival monitoring. And so that particular area just really didn't have a lot of wolf and bear activity last year. So yeah, we didn't have any depredations. I did, however, find 4 unmarked natural mortalities, and this highlighted the need to increase our sampling significantly. Last year, we had about a 10% sample marked, and this year we will be needing we will have 30% marked. So we've expanded deployments to the Pitchfork, Hoodoo, and Teehee ranches. We have 526 transmitters to deploy. Of those, to date, we have 392 out right now. 76 of those units are GPS. Of those, 55 will go on adult cows. 12 of the GPS units are redeployments from last year. And we have 450 VHF units that are a lot less expensive than GPS units going out on calves. 75 of those are redeployments from last year. This year, with the large number of cattle marked that we will be monitoring, we're shifting to aerial and ground monitoring. This is going to be a lot more time and cost-effective way to approach this, and I can report that so far our pilot has been having great luck. He was able to fly and hear 102 frequencies in 15 minutes. So this will be a great approach. And then in addition to that, each week I will go and monitor these cattle groups on the ground to get multiple checks weekly. And the result is going to be a weekly survival analysis. So the third objective is focused on cattle-wolf interactions, and this is more relevant to the GPS data collection. And I hope to evaluate cattle movement rates and trends in activity during periods centered around confirmed depredation. And that's why, paired with all the VHF monitoring to detect depredation, we have GPS data collection going on in the same groups. And periods centered around known carnivore interaction, we have colored wolves in the area to identify those potential interactions, and then periods without interaction. We also hope to evaluate spatial movements of cattle in relation to map depredation risk resulting from Objective 1. And we will be looking at not only the reactive response of cattle to a depredation event or an interaction, but also we will also be looking for a potential proactive response to depredation risk on the landscape. We have very similar goals pertaining to this objective for the pilot season, we deployed 39 store on board units. As I mentioned before, we had really poor luck with these units, unfortunately. 10 of these went on the Pitchfork Ranch, 29 on the Hoodoo Ranch. The reason we selected these units was that they were a lot less expensive than other units, and we thought that a store on board unit was a lot more primitive technology than solar charged units and felt more comfortable going with this option. But as it turned out, we had really low GPS success with these units, a lot of inaccurate locations that had to be censored, and shorter than expected battery life by about 50%. One positive, the transmitters did seem very well distributed through the herds. Anecdotally, while retrieving these units during preg testing operations, the units came through the chute very evenly across several days of preg checking. And so that, I think we're going to have a very representative picture of overall group movements with the sampling that we have. I threw this map in to show just the overlap between the 3 monitored cattle groups last year, their overall grazing distribution, and 2 collared wolves from last year. And it's interesting to note that the Hoodoo, Belknap, and Ferguson cattle herds previously have consistent depredation, but this Pitchfork Phelps Mountain cattle herd does not. They've had very few depredations confirmed, with most of those occurring at lower elevations near their headquarters. No confirmed depredations have been found up on their summer allotment. And so we're very excited to be intensively monitoring their group to see if they're not detecting depredation up there due to the difficulty in accessing that country, or if for some other reason there is no depredation occurring up there, despite high wolf and bear presence in that area. So I've already deployed all the cow tags for this year, ranging from 16 to 20 cows marked within each group on the TE, Pitchfork, and Hoodoo. We shifted to the Ecotone units that we had great luck with. These are capable of hourly fixed rates, high frequency activity data, and they're a base station download or store on board unit, depending on how you use them. We did have low retention in calves using these units, but Ecotone made significant modifications to the units this year to not only create a more flexible attachment point on the ear tags, but also to reduce weight drastically. And they made a design specifically set up for calves that is really, really light. So we've deployed most of those at this point. Our overall goals are to improve our understanding of trends and drivers of cattle depredation in Northwest Wyoming, to update our understanding of overall calf mortality, and to reevaluate producer detection rates. We haven't really looked at producer depredation detection rates in about 20 years, and it's never been addressed in Park County. So this will be a great opportunity to reevaluate and update our understanding of that issue. We also hope to identify ways to improve mitigation using existing and new methods, such as optimizing the application of lethal and non-lethal management action, and providing alternative grazing strategies to reduce depredation, or other livestock husbandry strategies that could potentially reduce conflict, such as calving timing or cattle breed selection. Our request for this year is for $80,000, and this would go towards the purchase of VHF ear tag transmitters relevant to calf monitoring in year 3, and refurbishment and replacement of a very small portion of the GPS ear tags that we currently possess, as we expect that some will probably come back damaged and some may be damaged in the field to the point where we can't locate them and get them back. And a portion would go towards aerial monitoring costs this summer. I just want to take a second to acknowledge all our partners and collaborators with the Wyoming Game Fish Department, USGS, the U.S. Forest Service, UC Berkeley. Special thanks goes out to our partner ranches, the Hoodoo Ranch, Pitchfork, and TE Ranch. And I'd like to again acknowledge our major project funders to date, And thank you guys again for your generous support last year. I can now address any questions you have.
Thanks, Clint. Who's got questions for Clint? Questions for Clint? Hey, Clint, can you talk a little bit about the Buffalo Bill Center of the West and their how they've been involved with being a partner on the project?
Definitely. So the Buffalo Bill Center has served as kind of a conduit for funding. So a lot of our funding sources have been channeled through the Buffalo Bill Center just to sidestep some complications with running funding through the UC Berkeley system, but also Buffalo Bill Center has provided huge support through equipment. They've provided side-by-sides, vehicles. The office space I'm currently sitting in was provided by the Buffalo Bill Center of the West. So they're a huge supporter of our work, and they provide a lot of equipment and just space to work for us.
Thank you. Other questions for Clint? Mike, is that?
Yeah, I think Bob has a question.
Bob Phillips, question on funding. Does the funding go directly to UC Berkeley, or how is it distributed? Or does it go to the Buffalo Bill Center?
So it goes to the Buffalo Bill Center, and then any purchases made on the project are billed to the Buffalo Bill Center. So UC Berkeley is out, in this case, is outside of the loop. It goes directly to Buffalo Bill Center and then to our project.
Other questions for Clint?
Mr. Chairman, Tyler.
Tyler, go ahead.
Hey, Clint, I'm just wondering about the history of the pitchfork and the difference between, that and the hoodoo and the TE. Is there the way they're managed, is there the attention given to that, the way that they, get out and about and check on livestock and reporting inclinations of ranch management that might lead to differences in, those huge differences, apparent differences that you're seeing, despite, you said, the presence and activity of large carnivores there, but just not the depredations being reported. I'm just wondering about, the history and management. What ideas do you have there?
So that's something that we're really interested in with this research, and we want to incorporate a lot more along the lines of livestock husbandry. And I know specifically with the Pitchfork Ranch, their summer allotment it's very large and difficult to access, and they don't have a lot of hired hands. And so that could play into it. That's exactly what we hope to learn more about. I know across the different operations, these are all fairly large ranch operations. They all vary in size in terms of the number of cattle run and everything, but they're all fairly large, sizable operations, and I think they have an optimal number of people hired to run their business, and that does vary by ranch. But we will be incorporating those sort of variables. We will also be incorporating variables such as cattle breed, calving dates, a lot of husbandry related information. We're hoping to learn more about how livestock producers can adjust operations to reduce depredation.
All right, great, thanks.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it sounds like there's a lot of unknowns there, and it's the point, really the point of what you're looking at is trying to figure a lot of that out. I was curious if you had any inclinations of just looking back historically, but it sounds like it's a lot of conjecture, and maybe the way you're going to learn a lot, probably. So, yeah, I think I'm interested in seeing what you find. So, thanks.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Bob Phillips again.
Hey, Bob.
Just a point of clarification. What is UC Berkeley's involvement in the project?
So Dr. Arthur Middleton's research group that I'm working through is through UC Berkeley. So that I will be attending classes at UC Berkeley. I'm a student at UC Berkeley. I'm in kind of a non-traditional arrangement where I work for the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, and there's just so many different contributors to this research. It's a bit confusing, but the Wyoming Game and Fish Department is a major supporter and contributor. UC Berkeley is where I will be attending classes and receiving training. And then the Buffalo Bill Center is another major contributor and provider of our office space and of vehicles.
And Bob, I can add a little bit to this. So Dr. Arthur Middleton, the reason that he was attracted to this project is he did his work prior to this in Wyoming. He was in Wyoming for quite some time. He did a large project up in Northwest Wyoming with wolf elk interactions, and has been involved in some of the other studies you've heard about here with over in the Grovant. And so he's a researcher known well to Wyoming and has a real interest in Wyoming.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, thank you, Clint.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Do we have Nate on yet?
Yes, Nate is on.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Nate.
I appreciate everyone's time. I had a little bit of a car issue while I was out doing field work in Idaho, and so I am on my way across the interstate. I've actually stopped so I don't cause an accident, but I wish I was in front of my computer. What we're going to do is Sheldon is going to actually share his screen so you guys can all see the PowerPoint that we'll present. So, and please feel free if anyone has questions as I'm going through. Don't be afraid to interrupt at that point in time. That's okay with me. You ready for me to start, Joe?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So this is a bit of a not a bit, it's a collaboration between you know, the stakeholders who are really interested in alleviating depredation of lambs and falconers and conservationists. And so it's a really great opportunity to bring stakeholders together to create practices to, you know, really help both the lambs and the ranchers as well as the eagles themselves. And so what we're trying to do here is develop the best practices for relocation of eagles. Go ahead, Sheldon. So there's been quite a bit of monitoring of lambing and with citizen scientists and falconers looking at depredation and how often and what have you. And it's definitely been identified and confirmed on multiple ranches for multiple years. So we you know, obviously the ranchers knew it was happening. There's other people that know it's happening, and you know, so how do we start to alleviate this problem? Go ahead, Sheldon. This is just actually losses. This is data that's in Wyoming, and so you can see that this is a problem, and it's not a problem that's going away. And you know, we really need to work with the stakeholders to identify, you know, really good methods for alleviating this problem, or at least trying to minimize it. Go ahead, Sheldon. So what we're talking about doing, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has allowed for permits for eagle relocation. There has been some eagle relocation in 2019, 2020. There was some done, I think, in the 70s, and Mike can help me with that, where they did some relocation, but unfortunately, they really didn't have the technology that we have nowadays to really look at the effectiveness. Where do the eagles go? How do they use the habitat? They come right back. And so some of that information really wasn't confirmed. And now we have the technology that we can really identify best practices and develop a strategy to alleviate some of this depredation by relocating eagles. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be using GSM, and Clint talked about a little bit about this with a different company. I use actually cellular tracking technology. They developed transmitters for birds and eagles about a decade ago. And matter of fact, pretty much all the cellular companies are building their technology on what they developed. They're incredibly effective on eagles. And we can get data down to every 15 minutes. These are solar rechargeable. They'll last for years. So once we have data on these birds, even if they don't come back in that first year, the question is, do they come back the next year or the year after? And so we'll have these transmitters that we're talking about putting on these eagles, will have the ability to track these birds for years, allowing us to really see, you know, are we developing good strategies? Is it just saving them for a year, or does it work for multiple years? And part of what we're doing, so again, we'll put these transmitters on the eagles that we trap, that we relocate, but we're talking about relocating them to certain areas and certain distances. So we're going to, and I gave in the proposal, there's a kind of a method section, but briefly, what we were doing was we were going to transport a certain number of birds 100 miles, another group of birds 200 miles, another group of birds 300 miles. And the other component that I think is very important, you know, working with raptors for a very long time, is you can't just move a bird and expect it to stay there unless they have quarry, unless they have food. So we had planned to do some pre-release site surveys looking at prey populations. So we'll look at, specifically what I want to look at is squirrels and lagomorphs. And, you know, if the lagomorph numbers are high enough, this becomes a candidate area for release. Now, there is some some interesting data with some banded birds and some other data from the Wyoming agencies that we really want to kind of pick their brains and really look at, you know, should we go north? Should we go different directions? So we're going to, you know, we're going to really do our homework to make sure that we're picking good locations before we put any transmitters on to release. But that becomes very important. If we release them in an area where, you know, the stakeholders will be happy that they're there, but they're also have a good food source, we think that we could develop best practices for this kind of relocation and release. Go ahead, Sheldon. So this is, like I said, this is a wonderful collaboration, and that actually should read WACPAB, which is the Wyoming Association of County Predator Animal Boards, who is really kind of managing this proposal, and they will help us kind of manage the grant, and the wool growers are kind of the lead manager of that. My name is, of course, Nate Bickford, and I'll be using a grad student to kind of oversee the kind of research and the on-the-ground data collection. I'll be working with multiple stakeholders, ranchers, eagle falconers, folks that I've worked with in the past that I have a good relationship, you know, the eagle falconers, and I think we can really create a good stakeholder group. And we're planning on having a board of stakeholders to kind of help us direct activities, especially as we start to gather data. And again, I think it's really going to be important to identify the relocation habitat. We've got some counties there. Those were just some ideas. Again, we're really going to go to the agencies in Wyoming, the people that know more information than I do, to really identify, okay, where should we start? Where should we be identifying this? And then really trying to get the best possible practices that we can, so those eagles do not return to kill the lambs. What we're asking for funding is $45,000 in 2020 and 2021, 22. We'll have additional funding from a few other agencies, including NAFA, which is the North American Falconry Association, International Falconry Association, wool growers. And so we're still looking for some other funding, but we feel confident that that's not going to be a problem based upon previous support. Sheldon? Hello?
Sorry, guys, I was muted. I don't have anything more to add to that, Nate. I think you covered most of the topics there. Mike Barker's been our man on the ground there and worked with most of the stakeholders and the ranchers. You know, this is an important project for a lot of landowners and wool growers there in Wyoming. I think Amy can probably attest to most of it. But we're trying to help mitigate land loss as well as address eagle loss. You know, eagles are a very important animal to the environment, the ecology, but we also understand that it is causing significant loss out there, as is indicated in the one slide. So, you know, any consideration would be helpful, because I think this is something that we can put out there to help develop best practices, as Nate talked about.
In a lot of my research prior, you know, I built stakeholder groups to help manage these kind of, you know, tricky situations where you have, you know, wildlife that's causing issues and depredation, and you want to remove them. Non-lethal is a nice way to do it if we can develop the best management practices. And if we pull a lot of people in together that have the know-how, we can definitely get it done, especially with the technology that we have today that can track these animals so well and so accurately, and for such a long time, frankly.
Amy, you're a very important partner in this. Did you want to add anything to that?
My only comment would be, you know, just to reiterate how important this is to our industry. We would like to find ways to be able to address the issue of eagle predation on our industry. I think it would benefit not just our industry, but also the birds as well. And I just think it's a really great approach that they are taking here. And I would encourage the board to consider funding it. And we're happy to serve as grant manager through the, for those of you who don't know, the Wyoming Association of County Predator Boards is actually run out of this office, and I oversee it. So that's why it gets a little confusing between the wool growers and the Wyoming Association of County Predator Boards.
I'll be happy to take any questions.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
This is Mike Foster. I know that eagle depredation is a huge issue in Wyoming. It has been for a long, long time. I'm just curious, Nate, have you, and maybe this is a question also for Tyler Abbott, but Nate, have you addressed the possibility of being able to put a radio transmitter on an eagle? Would that even be allowed? Have you taken this up with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service?
I already have a federal permit. So what I have to do is get the state permit. And I already have one for Wyoming. So I have put transmitters on, backpack transmitters on eagles before. And like I said, I already have a federal permit that includes Wyoming as one of the states. So the only thing that I'm lacking is the state permit, which I'll start on the paperwork quite soon.
So you have a permit that authorizes you to put a radio transmitter on an eagle?
Federally, not. So you have to have a federal permit and a state permit. I do have the federal permit already through the banding lab. I don't have. I can band and backpack eagles, golden eagles. Excuse me, not bald eagles, but golden eagles. And the only thing that I'm lacking is a state permit, which I could fill out the paperwork. Usually the thing that takes the longest is the federal permit, but I already have that.
Very well, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
This is Garrett Falkenberg. Do we have, or has there ever been any study work done on, or do you have any idea what's the percentage of chance that these eagles will migrate back? You know, these eagles in themselves migrate seasonally anyway. Do you have any idea if this will work at all?
That's really tricky, right? Yeah, they do move around quite a bit. I mean, most raptors, though, you know, it's tough when they're older, right? They're adults, they set up a home range. That becomes a little tricky. The younger, you know, before they've set up a home range, usually they're looking for food, right? They're looking for access to resources. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's so important to identify quality habitat to relocate them to. And if we can relocate them to quality habitat, that kind of opens up another area for them to set up shop for resources and, you know, home ranges. And so yeah, there's been some prior work, but again, they didn't have the technology that we have. So their findings were, you know, pretty minimal, I think. They did great work. It wasn't their fault. It's just technology at that point in time. But, you know, most raptors are looking for resources. And so if we can identify better resources with, you know, without being harassed, they'll set up shop somewhere else.
So this question is probably for Tyler. So how many golden eagles on an annual basis in Wyoming could actually be relocated, depredating golden eagles?
You know, I'd have to confirm it. I wanted to say 6, but and Mike, I know that you've gone through this process for permitting, and you might have that on the, you know, at your disposal. But 6 is the one that comes to mind. But I'd have to confirm that, Brian. It's not a lot, but.
So my next question, that's what I thought. I think it's 6 as well. But my next question then is, you know, does anybody, probably you, Tyler, have any predictability whatsoever as to, you know, if this, let's just say this thing was successful and they were able to identify ways to translocate depredating golden eagles to suitable habitats, is there a chance for that number to be increased?
I would not be optimistic about that, just to be honest. That's something that, you know, policy through the Migratory Bird Management Office and decisions that are made at headquarters, that's no small decision. And so that's something that I can look into. Happy to do that.
Tyler, Brian, may I interject that? So we get a 6 take limit. So that's 6 that we may remove out of the wild annually. The amount of birds that we can actually trap and relocate is only limited by the amount of resource, people power, and transmitters and volunteers that we've had. So last year we relocated, I want to believe it was about 5 or 6, and that was just with some volunteers on 2 ranches. So it's, you know, Mike can have that number, but again, it's the 6 number is actually removing from the wild and putting on a falconry permit. The rest is limited by the amount of resources and people we have to do it.
Yeah, great.
Director Nesvik, I'm sorry, this is Mike Barker, and I've got a questionable connection here, but I'll try to answer the question. There are currently 3 depredation permits that Wyoming ranchers hold, and we are able to relocate an unlimited number of golden eagles from those ranches. We can only remove a total of 6 per year. And so those 6 we know aren't coming back to the ranches. But the others, those relocated eagles, we really don't know right now to what degree they return where they were trapped. The research that was done by Bob Phillips and his cohorts back in the late 70s and early 80s suggests that the majority of those eagles return, some as quickly as 10 to 12 days. And some take up to a year. And as I recall, out of the 14 birds they followed, 12 returned back to the original location. we successfully trapped a dozen golden eagles on Wyoming ranches last year, including Sean Sims' ranch. And I'm in the bar in the Virginian and Medicine Bow right now, and I'm trapping golden eagles on Todd Heward's ranch up in the Shirley Basin right now. And we hope to trap several for relocation for him this year.
Thanks, Mike.
Mr. Chairman, this is Sean Sims, if I might.
Go ahead, Sean.
We were one of the ranches last year that was able to trap some eagles, and I'm not sure how many returned, but I can tell you in that critical time frame when those eagles are depredating, if we can trap them and remove them, relocate them, it does make a huge difference. I don't think you know, the majority of them return. In fact, I'm not sure any of them return because we do have eagle issues this year. But at one point on the ranch, in our neighbor's ranch, I would estimate there were at least 30 golden eagles preying on the lambs, and you know, we removed 5. It does help, and it disrupts them a bit so that they're not preying in that month time frame there. So I fully support this project and just getting more information on what we can do to relocate these eagles more effectively in the long run. I mean, it's effective when we're out there catching them and getting them gone. They're not there preying, but in the long run, I think this would be very valuable information that we need to have.
Thanks, Sean. Other questions for Nate or Sheldon? All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen. We sure appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right. I think we have Brian DeBolt on. Did I see you on, Brian? Maybe not. Oh, there he is.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Brian?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like me to get started?
Yeah, and I think, you know, in the interest of your time, and I think we might go a little over, but if you want to run through the projects, all of them you've got for today, you can do that right now.
Okay. Yeah, these are pretty self-explanatory. I don't have any videos. They're pretty straightforward. So I think I can go through them quick, which hopefully everybody will appreciate. So the first one is actually the renewing project proposal for our contract with Wildlife Services, $25,000. And this is just to fund, again, our contract with Wildlife Services to do any kind of control work on grizzly bears, mountain lions, black bears, and wolves. It's statewide, so I would say 99% of it is directed towards livestock depredation. Fortunately, the contract is broad enough. Let's say we have a grizzly bear in a neighborhood, and we need their help. It allows for that. But anyway, it's yeah, vast majority livestock depredation and control. A lot of it is aerial work, so it pays for flight time. Again, it's a renewing project. It's been in front of this board multiple times, and if anybody has any questions about that control work, myself or Mr. Foster could sure answer some questions.
Questions for Brian? All right. You were right. The first one, oh, go ahead. Somebody was asking a question.
That was me, Brian, if it's okay.
Go ahead.
What kind of data are you collecting, and in what format again? I know you've told us in the past, but I don't remember.
So the data that we do collect is in addition to all of our conflict related data. You know, of course, we look at the distribution, like even some of that stuff that Clint just spoke about, all the depredation data and the distribution, that's all collected as part of this. The age, the gender, the health, you know, reproductive status of all these depredating animals that are removed are definitely, you know, in our database. And again, it's Clint's work is really summarizing all of that. But yeah, anything and everything related to not only the animal that we got to deal with, you know, the trophy game animal, but also the livestock, the type, the location, you know, the season, the breed, the age, everything associated with that is collected as well. So again, a lot of this data has been collected for quite some time, and we haven't had the ability to take a comprehensive look at it until Clint's project came along. So that's in short some of the data that's collected associated with this.
Any other questions for Brian? Okay, go ahead, Brian, to your next one.
Okay, so I believe our next one is dart rifles.
Yep.
So we're just looking to get one dart rifle at this point. You know, they'll sure wear out, and we'll get more. So it's a drug dart rifle is what it is. But one is the only one that we're short right now, so we're not going to ask for more than we need. And basically it's just a remote way to inject a tranquilizer into one of these large carnivores, or even, you know, it could be used for other critters too. You know, especially when human safety is an issue, and you know, let's say firearms aren't necessarily appropriate at the time, we can tranquilize that critter and at least make it safe for folks, and then deal with it however we need to deal with it. Frankly, we're short one dart rifle right now. They're relatively expensive, and we figured this would be a good opportunity to see what kind of projects the ADMB is interested in this year. And again, it's just under $2,000, you know, $1,850. And it's a real fancy looking rifle, I think, if you have it there in front of you, but that's just the way they make them. Of course, the equipment doesn't make the job, but yeah, it's just a really nice professional dart rifle. They're long distance now, and we can knock down a critter if we need to, and safely handle it and decide what the outcome is going to be. So pretty straightforward on that one. And if anybody has any questions.
Go ahead to the rifles.
Okay, so the dart rifle themselves, or excuse me, the actual rifles themselves are obviously only lethal control. So we often have opportunities where we need to remove whatever the critter may be. It could be a bear, a wolf, or a lion. And our trapping efforts just aren't working, whether the animal's been caught before and they're trap shy, or there's some more imminent, you know, human safety concerns, whatever the case may be. Often with wolves, you know, there'll be some particular individuals that are slated for removal that are doing some chronic damage. And we know the general whereabouts, but frankly, they're a little hard to capture at times. And so when we do get approval to remove those individuals, it's nice to have the tools available. And right now, frankly, the guys are just kind of using whatever they can find. You know, most of our large carnivore folks are biologists, and they're not wardens, so they don't necessarily have a specific rifle issued to them. So the concept behind this was to get these 4 rifles with some scopes, and they're all standardized. So, you know, if we have to pass one back and forth between our large carnivore guys or something, it's all set up the same. It's all kind of standardized and uniform. Just good, high quality equipment to do some control work on some of these critters when necessary. Any questions?
All right, talk about your cadaver mannequins.
Okay, well, these are going quick. So this last one might require a little more explanation, but so basically, for about almost 10 years now, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department has had in place what we call our predator attack team. And it's a group of mostly wardens trained to respond to attacks of animals on people, and most specifically bears and grizzly bears at that. We have had a couple mountain lion attacks and several grizzly bear attacks. Unfortunately, some of those have been fatal, as you're probably aware of. But this could encompass any kind of wildlife, even if somebody's killed by a moose or something like that. So the purpose of these cadaver mannequins is for a training tool. It's called a moulage. We actually treat these, you know, human-looking dummies is what they are. So they appear that they've been attacked by a specific critter. And even with humans, different animals attack humans in different ways. And so we can use those as training tools to, you know, scar up and put teeth marks and claw marks and wounds and bite patterns and even feeding patterns and whatnot on these human cadaver dummies. They're not actual cadavers, they're dummies, to simulate a specific animal, and then we can train on that based on you know, the wounds and whatnot that are there. So it's an invaluable tool. You know, we've had to use, you know, dolls that we buy at Walmart and different things, and you know, it's frankly kind of unprofessional type things, training tools that we've used, but these are real high quality ones that we can use over time. And we can train all these folks throughout the state that are on our predator attack team on what to look for, what are the, you know, what's the pattern of attacks. And you can also learn not only what killed it, but possibly why, believe it or not, the motive behind an animal killing a person based on what you see on the body. So these are just great training tools. Associated with that, we also are asking for some simulated shotguns. You know, again, in the past, we just don't have any of these. We have them for hunter ed, but we don't have them specifically for our predator attack team. And as you know, using real guns for training, even though you unload them and do safety checks, is just probably not the safest method. So to have guns that are just totally non-functioning but serve the purpose during a training exercise are pretty invaluable. So this specific proposal, we're trying to get some cadavers, 2 of them specifically, and I believe it's 4 shotguns, training shotguns to use for those purposes as well. So anyway, that's where we're at with those, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions for Brian?
Mr. Chairman, this is Garrett.
Hey, Garrett, go ahead.
Brian, I didn't get to ask my question. Back on that rifle, the lethal rifle, what caliber are we talking?
So we are looking at, I think they're 338s. Weatherby 338s, yeah. So it's relatively large, yeah, but again, when you're looking at lethal removal, yeah, it's I guess you know, You're not looking to save meat. So 338 is the answer to the question.
Thank you.
Other questions for Brian? All right. Hey, thanks, Brian.
Thank you. I appreciate you letting me run through those so quick, but hopefully it helps folks before lunch here get done.
Bet. Hey, and so in that vein, we've also got Teal Kufat on, and I know both of hers are relatively short presentations. She's here now, and we could knock those out before lunch too. And so Teal, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Chairman Nesvik. My name is Teal Kafad. I'm the Saratoga wildlife biologist with Wyoming Game and Fish Department. And I've got two proposals that are specific to black bear management for both the Laramie region and then Saratoga specifically. So these should be pretty quick to run through. And the first one I'll run through is the Laramie region bear trap trailer proposal. We are requesting funds, a total of $6,800. And that will specifically go towards a Laramie region bear trap trailer. So the folks that will have access to this bear trap trailer will be the region's wardens, biologists, and we do have a technician in the region this year that will have access to that bear trap trailer if it is funded. We hope to store it at the Laramie Regional Office, so it'll be centrally based for whatever folks need to go ahead and deploy that trap trailer. We do have several bear management units that we would be able to deploy this trap trailer, Laramie Peak, Snowy Range, and also a portion of Sierra Madre. So that's all incorporated into the Laramie region. So those are the bear management units that we would potentially be deploying that trap trailer over the next few years. Now, the reason we're looking for an additional bear trap is because currently we've got 6 within the region, which does sound like quite a bit, but only 3 of those are really in good shape and functioning well. There's a few that we have that are not very safe for our folks to be operating. So there was that interest among regional personnel to try to get at least one more trap trailer on board so that it was safe to operate. It looked nice when we were using it out in the field, those sort of things. We've had a lot of bear damage and conflicts over the last few years. Since 2015, the Laramie region, across these bear management units, we've had upwards of 80 bear conflicts. So quite a bit of activity as far as bears are concerned. Most of those are human bear conflicts. We do have some livestock bear conflicts, but again, most of those are human bear conflicts. And we deal with those in a variety of ways, but the trap trailer certainly comes into play during quite a few of those conflicts and when we're trying to resolve or mitigate some of those conflicts across the region. It's really important that we've got quick access to those trailers, and being able to have more functional trailers across the region will be really important for our folks. Last summer in particular, we had a lot of our conflicts happening all at once across the region, whether it be from Wheatland to Saratoga over towards the Sierra Madres. So just being able to have quick access across the region is really important for us to try to mitigate those damages very quickly. And so we don't have any prolonged damage issues. So that's basically the bear trap trailer. Again, we're requesting funds at a total of $6,800, and that would pay for the fabrication of one trap trailer for the Laramie region. So I can entertain any questions about the trap trailer, but pretty straightforward.
Questions for Teal? All right, Teal, go ahead with the next.
Okay, so the next is we are proposing to set up 3 food storage infrastructure sites on one of our wildlife habitat management areas that's about 4 miles outside the town of Saratoga. This wildlife habitat management area is called Pennock Mountain WHMA, and it's about 9,900 acres. It's a conglomeration of Bureau of Land Management and Wyoming Game and Fish Commission owned lands. We are seeing more and more recreational use on this WHMA, and that's spring, fall, and also summer use. And so it's getting really popular with recreationalists as far as camping. It's really popular as a hunting access point and folks setting up camps, hunting camps in the fall. So recreation is certainly increasing on the WHMA. And we are also seeing our distribution of black bears across the Snowy Range BMU certainly increasing and expanding as well. So although we haven't had a ton of conflicts with on the WHMA over the last couple years, we do anticipate with the amount of recreational use that we're getting on the WHMA, as well as this perfect culmination with an increase in bear distribution, especially moving down to some of those drainages on Pennock WHMA, that's only a matter of time before people and bears are coming into conflict at their camps. So we really wanted to look seriously at what options we have to try to increase voluntary food storage and proper bear-wise camping. And I think providing food storage for folks that are using the WHMA is a really good first step, along with the messaging that we continue to do with folks that we encounter in the field. So we are looking at purchasing 3 food storage lockers or containers, and these are bear resistant food storage lockers, and they're about 15 to 24 cubic feet. We still haven't really honed in on which particular setup that we want, but cost-wise, they're all about the same. And then we're also looking to combine that with meat poles. And so at each of those 3 sites, we would look at putting in a food storage locker and a meat pole to really hopefully increase voluntary proper food storage while folks are recreating out there. And we've got a couple quotes, and it looks like for the food storage containers, to get 3 of those out there, it would be about $3,500. And then along with the meat pole materials, we are requesting funds for a total of $5,100 to get 3 meat pole setups and 3 food storage lockers put on the WHMA. The total project cost would be right around $8,700, and that includes most of the in-kind contributions from Game and Fish personnel that would be charged with putting up the infrastructure. And we'd be looking to try to put that infrastructure into place this summer, if possible. And that's it for the Pennock Mountain WHMA food storage.
Questions for Teal? All right, well, thank you, Teal. Appreciate you moving through those quickly. So, all right, Mr. Co-Chairman, I'm thinking that this would be a great time to take a lunch break. Anybody have any problems with doing that now? It's noon straight up. Jerry, if you could make sure that you contact our 2 remaining presenters, just tell them, looks like one's already up for 1 o'clock anyway. But maybe if you could contact the second one, Bobcat Habitat Suitability, and let them know that they're not going to be at 2, it'll be earlier than that. That would be great.
I will definitely let them know.
And I think we can adjourn again at, or restart again at 1 o'clock. See you all then.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Jerry, what time are we supposed to come back?
1 p.m.
1 p.m. That's what I was thinking. So we're pretty close.
Yeah, we're real close.
I'll mute our microphone.
Okay. Joe, thank you for getting on. I appreciate it.
Hey, you bet.
You're going to be second up when we're done. So I had tried to call your office and I didn't get a hold of you. And I thought, well, his email said he's on here at 1. So I was going to wait another minute or two.
That sounds great.
So thank you. Tim, are you Tim Woolley?
I'm unmuted. Yeah, this is Tim.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I got you added to the list. Thank you.
Thanks for doing that. I'm with Joe Holbrook.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. You guys will be presenting second this afternoon. We only have one ahead of you.
Sounds great. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Well, hey, Jerry, I think we have a quorum. It's 1 o'clock. I think we'll get started.
Okay.
So it looks like the first, who's presenting this first one?
This would be Jim Burnett. Jim, are you there?
Yes, Gary's here too. Jerry.
Oh, Gary. All right. Thank you, Gary.
But Jim knows the finances, so I'll just let him do the presentation.
Borrow your spot.
You're good. But we're just trying to get some funding for our program to be able to protect some of our wildlife herds. As you're aware that we have a lot of migratory, not only sheep, as you're aware of, but we also have a lot of wildlife that come in and out of Sweetwater County during the winter. So having some predator protection for wildlife is a key part of any program, and it helps our wildlife. But with our funding, we've got 2 guys for 3 months. That's barely going to cover our domestics. And so we're going to be forced, if we don't get some additional funding to protect our wildlife, that's going to be turned back to the Game and Fish, and they'll have to do it all on them, because we're barely going to have enough to do just our own producers. And then, like I say, the sheep guys that are coming in, they're going to be faced with bringing their own protection too. So, like I say, the 120,000 we get, like I say, barely covers the 2 guys for 3 months, and some flying time for them. So somewhere there's going to be some cuts, and that's where our board will cut it. Will be from the wildlife and the migratory animals, wildlife, sheep, anything that comes in that's not paying any type of fees in our county are going to be subject to doing their own protection. And okay, I think that'll have a huge detriment to our deer and elk populations that, like I say, they get a lot of benefit from us having a good springtime program when they're fawning. That's all I have to say about it.
Okay, is there somebody else that was going to speak on this project too, or?
No, this is Gary. I'm the chairman of the board, but Jim pretty well spelled it out. Between the migratory sheep and no funding from those guys, they've used up our funding substantially, and we did hunt. We did hunt an extra month and a half this spring that we felt benefited the wildlife more than anything. But without some additional funding, that'll go away too.
Questions from the board? All right. Well, thank you, Jim and Gary. Appreciate your time. And
we didn't mean this to sound like a threat. It's just a reality.
Sure. All right. Well, we appreciate your time here today. All right. We'll move to Tim.
Great, thank you. I've got Joe Holbrook will provide a little bit of information here, and this is a project that we are looking to map bobcat habitat to work in conjunction with our harvest data. Really, it's important because sometimes we get harvest data that shows that we have very low bobcat harvest, and we want to really help corroborate the fact that it's probably not bobcat habitat. And it gives us a little bit of more information to be able to manage our bobcat seasons and be able to justify our trapping efforts with bobcat and other fur bearers. So Joe has a lot of expert background work with working with carnivores and mapping habitats, and so that's what he's going to be able to talk to you a little bit about today.
All right, Joe, you're up.
Sounds great. Hey, Jerry, can I share the screen?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Can you guys see the presentation okay?
We sure can.
Yes.
Okay. Quick. Okay. So I guess I also wanted to just give you a little introduction to who I am, given that I haven't met the board before. So like Tim was saying, my name is Joe Holbrook. I'm a recent assistant professor, although I've been at the University of Wyoming about 2 years now, and have been working in carnivores for about the last 10 years or so. And so this project that we're going to work through here is a result of a conversation that Tim Woolley and I have been having along with Emily Gates. And it's really a management motivated question, like Tim was saying. So our main aim is to map bobcat habitat across the state of Wyoming. And historically, bobcats were trapped and hunted in Wyoming as a predatory animal with no limits. More recently, they're managed as a fur-bearing species. And, that season ranges from November to March, but no quota or bag limits. And the management strategy with bobcats in Wyoming is based on harvest data, but those data can be difficult to interpret, particularly when there's levels of continuous low harvest. And so when there's continual low harvest, it begs the question, well, are they difficult to capture? Are trappers just new or inexperienced and not leading to not a whole lot of success? Or is the population actually low? And it's difficult to disentangle that. And because of this sort of low harvest situation, that led to a petition in 2019 to close bobcat trapping because of the lack of information associated with bobcats and this continual low harvest. And so with the potential of these petitions to increase, and I grew up in southern Idaho, and from conversations with colleagues in Idaho, they're experiencing some issues with bobcat trapping. And I most recently moved from Montana, and they're also experiencing issues with bobcat trapping as well. So really what we're interested in doing is providing more context to that issue. And so to reinforce that point, let's take the Teton bobcat management area as an example. We know from harvest data that Game and Fish is collecting that harvest in that management area is relatively low and consistently low. And so it begs the question, well, is it low effort, so people really aren't into trapping bobcats in that area, or is it a low population? And it's difficult to disentangle that. And so what we're proposing to do to try to provide additional information to that issue is essentially, if we take this Teton management area as an example, provide a habitat map, and you can envision this habitat map underneath this management area. And what this map is illustrating is the bluer colors indicate a low likelihood of finding a bobcat in this particular area. And the warmer colors are a higher probability of finding a bobcat in that area. And so what we're proposing is to do this across the state. But if we looked at just this management area as an example, it's essentially mapping this whole area with this likelihood of finding a bobcat. And that would then allow us to say, well, maybe this whole area is really good bobcat habitat, it likely is. And so with that in combination with this low harvest, it would suggest, well, we're probably not bobcat limited. This is likely a low effort situation rather than a low bobcat population. So the main objectives here really are to try to do this efficiently. And how we're proposing to do that is leverage information Game and Fish has collected over the last 30 or 40 years with bobcat observations. We'll compile statewide information and construct a bobcat habitat map. So the outcomes, we think, obviously it'll map, but it's going to provide important contextual information for harvest data with bobcats to essentially allow harvest management decisions to withstand public scrutiny is kind of the idea here. And so current partners, obviously the University of Wyoming, my research team, and Wyoming Game and Fish. And we also just got word that one of the grants that we had submitted, we did receive funds, but really what we're asking here is additional funds to cover a research assistant who is already trained up and has all the skills necessary to complete this, but it's basically just paying that salary. So with that, I can certainly handle any questions.
Questions for Joe or Tim? Tyler.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Joe, I'm wondering what about wondering if you've taken a look at any survey data of the number of people actually pursuing or trapping or hunting bobcats. It seems like that's a key piece of information that you need, is why the numbers are low. And I'm also wondering, when you say that there are issues in Idaho and Montana, are you saying that they also are experiencing low numbers of harvest? And again, do they collect survey data on their hunters and harvesters of who purchased licenses to trap or hunt, and you know, how many people are actually getting out there and engaging in those activities, to give you an idea of why those numbers might be low?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And that's in fact the information that is collected from Wyoming Game and Fish on an annual basis, is the number harvested, but also the effort. So the number of folks that are out there, the time they spent out there, and incorporating, it's called catch per unit effort. So we're essentially trying to account for variation in effort, but we're still, in particular units or management areas, we're still seeing relatively low and consistent harvest. And we have the effort information, but we don't have the other side of the equation of like, what might we expect from bobcats in this particular management area? And when I referenced Idaho and Montana, that was really just referring to outside groups interested in, you know, pulling trapping off the landscape, essentially. So there's scrutiny associated with trapping is sort of what I've heard from colleagues in both those states.
And so just as a follow-up then, do you know, has the harvest also declined in Montana and Idaho, or is that something information you have?
Yeah, I don't have that at my fingertips.
Thanks.
You bet. Appreciate it.
Good questions for Joe.
Mr. Chairman?
Mike?
Thank you. I was just curious, it looks like from your packet that you supplied, you're looking at 2 years, or estimating a 2-year study. So this year, funding this year and possibly funding next year. Is that correct? Or what do you anticipate on a study length in order to have a product that you can call complete?
Yes, a great question. So with the current funding that we were able to get through, it was the Big Game License Coalition, and the request that we have on hand, we're essentially about 1 month short. So we're about 6,000 short of what I think we would need to complete this project. So I think we could complete it over the course of a year, given that we're trying to do this, you know, as efficiently as we can by using existing information. So.
Okay, so just to clarify, you're about, with funding you've already got for this year, you need about another 6,000.
So that we need an additional 6,000 in addition to if this were funded from the request. So if this were funded and we couple that with the other data stream, then that leaves about 6,000 that I would need to try to find elsewhere.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Joe? All right, well, thank you, Joe and Tim. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, so I think that concludes all of our presentations. And one of the things that I wanted to do before the board kind of had an opportunity to have a discussion about which projects we should put at the top of the priority list to fund. You know, and before the board offers their perspectives, I think it would be good to go now and ask for public comment before we have those discussions. And so I'm going to ask that anyone that does want to comment from the public, just come on the video or speak up if you're on phone, and then we'll call on you, and I'd ask you to just state your name, and if you do represent an organization, to let us know who you represent, and then please articulate your comments to the board and be concise. And so with that, I'll ask for any public comment.
Ryan?
Mark?
Yeah, I'm not sure this is the appropriate time for this, but just wondering, and all the requests for financing that will be discussed today, is that in a private meeting or is that open to this venue?
The discussion will be open.
Okay, and it'll all be decided today, or
It
just
will.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Amy.
Amy Hendrickson with the Wyoming Wool Growers. I thought today's presentations were very good. I think that you all have quite a big task given your budget constraints and everything. I do just ask that we remember the goal of, the importance of predator control as a component, and that you keep that in mind.
Thank you, Amy. Additional public comment. Okay, one more call for anybody from the public who wishes to speak. Okay, public comments closed, and we will proceed. I think, these two presentations went quickly. If it's the board's pleasure, I'm glad to stop for a break, but I think that we can facilitate discussion now, or we can take a break. What's the board's pleasure?
I don't need a break.
I think all of us here are ready to go.
All right. All right. So, I guess what would be maybe a way to start here, and this is, I think, what we did last year, is we just offered any board members who may have, I know Bob a lot of times goes through, and as he puts together kind of a big proposal that he articulates to the group, and others have done the same. And so I guess what I would do right now is just open it up to anybody on the board that wants to offer comments about how to proceed or particular things that we should consider as we move through this. And I would just kind of open the floor up to start that way.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to just make an additional comment. I believe I had sent it out in my email. There are funds available, limited funds after the cuts, that can be used for the presentation for Wyoming Ag in the Classroom. It would be my recommendation to use, it's called a 900 series. Those funds had been used in the past. And if we went about half funding on that, that wouldn't limit, or, that would be appropriate to the funding that's left in that account.
So Jerry, you're, just to be real clear, you're talking about funds outside of the 270+ thousand that we have to allocate here today?
Yes, that is correct. The ADMB has a funding account that is for non-government accounts, and these have been used in the past for Wyoming Ag in the Classroom, and I think it would be appropriate there to bring up at this time. So,
okay. Thank you, Jerry. And just to be clear, I'm sure many of you have done the math, but the renewal project requests total 290,000, and then the additional, or the new projects, are an additional about 140,000. 140,000 requested in new funding and 290 in renewals.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to put the grant spreadsheet up or no?
If that would be helpful for the board, we certainly could. And I would offer, I'll go first here if you guys like. I'll just offer that when I look through the renewal projects, I see all of them as being previously vetted and projects that are high priority, at least from my perspective and from the department's perspective. And just on those projects that are new, that are proposed by Game and Fish, I don't see any of those projects that would have higher priority than those renewals that we've already got on the list. If that helps anybody sort through some of these projects. Looking for anybody else from the board that might have perspectives to offer here before we start discussing all of these. All right, well, I'll ask for the board's advice then on how to proceed. If we want to go through these project by project, if we want to take and discuss them in general as new versus renewals, what's the board's pleasure here? And if I don't hear anything, I'm just going to go project by project.
Mr. Chairman, this is Garrett.
Go ahead, Garrett.
I make the recommendation that we take each one of them no more than we've got and go down through them and let everybody participate in and discuss each one of them individually.
Well, thank you for the raising your hand, Garrett. That's the way we'll proceed. So we'll start with the large carnivore livestock depredation for basically the Game and Fish contract with Wildlife Services renewal. This has been certainly on the renewal list for many, many years, long before I got here. And what are the board's pleasures on this one?
Bob Harlan, fully funded.
I'm sorry, Bob, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, step forward and speak up. Bob Harlan, fully fund.
Okay, thanks, Bob. I don't think you guys tell me if you want to do it different, but I don't know that we need to do a vote on every one. I'd prefer to wait till the end unless we've got disagreement on any of these. So as we move through and you're disagreeing with what's being proposed, then please speak up. Okay, the next one, the Southwest Bighorn, the Washakie County year 5, I believe, of that mule deer fawn project in the amount of $12,000. When I saw this project, I wondered why we were going another year, but I thought that Mike provided a fairly decent explanation and justification as to why they're proposing that this continue.
This is Garrett. I recommend we fully fund that one.
Thanks, Garrett. Okay, thoughts on Natrona County raven removal, 10,000.
I'm in Natrona County. I can't say anything.
Bob says fund it.
I'd agree with that.
Ron says he agrees. All right, 10,000. Okay, the Bates Hole. And Bates Hole and the Stove Gulch are they're fairly similar and related. Very similar goals and objectives, very similar geography. What are folks' thoughts there?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Bob Phillips speaking here. Can we back up a moment to the Natrona County raven removal project?
Absolutely.
We have 4 members of the board here, and we've been discussing each project individually and putting down figures that we would give for our recommendation. And on the Natrona County Raven removal, we recommended reducing it down to 4,000 instead of 10,000. So I'd request input from other board members, what they think.
Bob, can you share with the group what some of the thoughts were behind that?
I'll let Bob Harlan take over on this part of it because he's more familiar with what they've been doing.
I'm from Natrona County, and I'll pass it back to Bob Phillips. I'll speak. I'm not positive that 10,000 is needed there. I think it's very important that we keep this Raven thing in the public and going and diversify the ADMB with it. But I thought Bob Phillips was going to say 5,000, but I think 5,000 funding or 4,000 is enough for that. That's from Natrona County.
Jerry, I think Bob said 4,000.
Okay.
And I think that was Bob Phillips that said that. And then I think Bob Harlan agreed with 4,000. Other thoughts on the Raven project? Looks like I was moving too fast.
Bob Phillips again, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Bob.
Our discussion here amongst the four members of the group, one reason for supporting Ravens, and we'll talk about this further when we get to Golden Eagles, is just to lend some diversification to the different species that we're supporting research for.
Okay. All right, so the next two, again, we're moving on unless there's any disagreement with the change on the Raven removal. We're moving down to both the Bates Hole and Stove Gulch. Fawn survival projects, renewals, ongoing, 25,000 each. What are so the group of four that talked some numbers, where did you guys come in on these two?
Mr. Chairman, this is Garrett. We recommend we fully fund both of them, but I'm going to throw a personal clause in there that I have serious reservations on this Bates Hole one. As we went down through these in the beginning, the first 5 or 6 of them clear down to the Grove on Elk study. Every one of them studies and what work that we've done, every one of them came up with an underlying problem, and that underlying problem is the mountain lion populations. When they compared these two graphs, the Stove Gulch came back really nice on the amount of mule deer, but the Bates Hole we're having trouble with getting them back where they really like them. And I think the real problem there that's holding you guys back from getting there is the mountain lion population. And throughout these 5 or 6 pieces that we just talked about, that pretty much covers the whole state of Wyoming. And I'm at Douglas, and I'll throw in my area too. I think there's a lot more mountain lion out there than we really understand, and I think they're a lot bigger problem. And so throwing money at it after coyotes when we have an underlying mountain lion problem is kind of like beating our head against the wall. But I also realize that we're maxed out as far as ways of getting control on these. I mean, we have a year-round season on almost an unlimited number in a lot of these areas. So I don't know what more we do, but I realize that we've got a serious problem there. That's all I have.
Thanks, Garrett. With that said, though, your group there was still, even with some skepticism, was still recommending fully funding both of them. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Other thoughts on those two? And I'll weigh in here too quick too. I think that on both of those. Those are on the ground projects. There is a research component because we're looking to see what the effects are, but I think they're both good projects, and they're, they're both in areas too where there's a lot of other things going on. Maybe, like Garrett talked about with other predators. There's also some unquantifiable effects that I'm hoping that we've got some resources, not from this board, but other resources that we can look at the effects of disease. That's certainly something that in Bates Hole we think may have some effects there with CWD. But anyway, I think that funding both of those two fully is certainly something I support. Other thoughts from the board on that, on those two? Okay, the Whiskey Mountain lamb survival, 45,000 renewal. Thoughts from the board?
Mr. Chairman, this is Garrett again. We had a pretty deep discussion about this last year to fully fund it. In fact, there was a portion of it that wanted to go toward some predator control in this area, and we opted out of it and went for just the steady portion of it alone to figure out what really the problem is there. And Kevin kind of brought it up once again, not to beat on a dead horse, but we noticed the predation section that was going on with mountain lion in this project also. But our recommendation is also to fully fund this to go on.
Yeah, that's a good point, Garrett. The thing that brought this about, one of the primary drivers, was an assertion that wolf predation was holding the population back, and they haven't been able to document any, but they have documented these other predation events. So I think even though the initial hypothesis by some anyway hasn't kind of played out yet, it has borne some results with some of the other problems that there may be with other predation. Other thoughts on that lamb survival one?
I guess my thought would be, I'm not sure he's really studying the predator effects much. He's got a great study, but it really doesn't get into predators very much. I think observations.
Yeah, it's definitely very, it tries to look at many, many factors, and predation's one of them. So I can understand why you'd have that perspective on. Any other thoughts on that one? Did your group of four have a recommendation?
On which one?
On line 15 or 16?
Line 16. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Line 15. He's got it in there. Okay.
I made the recommendation, this is Garrett, that we fully fund both of those from Dakota County. The Stove Gulch and the Bates Hole.
Yeah, okay. And then you guys also recommended the lamb survival. Did you have a different thought, Ron, on how to fund the lamb survival, or if we should at all?
Well, if we had lots of money, I wouldn't be concerned, but he really only mentioned a couple of times about the effects of predators, and he really didn't get very deep into it, so.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want a question, I guess, and I'm fine with this process. If we go through that, I guess is it appropriate, or are we on the path of reviewing these? Is the review process right now, or is it after we can go through these and then come back and review after we kind of have a total number? What's appropriate, I guess, is my question.
Well, I think what I kind of had in mind here is we'll go through these, and we'll have recommendations out there. People can cuss and discuss them, and then we'll see where this money-wise ends up, and then we'll go back, and because we're obviously going to need to reevaluate based on everybody's perspective on these different lines. And if we need to, if we can't come to consensus, we can go and vote by project, but I'd prefer to do like we did last year and come to some consensus first and vote on the whole package at one time.
Thank you. My comment on this is one I think we could review for sure, but just a beginning process, just move forward, I guess, with 45. That's fine.
Okay. All right, well, so we'll leave it there and we'll move to the next one, and obviously we'll probably be coming back. So the Wyoming Range predation study, 40,000 renewal.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mike Foster.
Go ahead, Mike.
I'm not going to make a recommendation, just a comment. You know, the name of this study is the effects of predation on mule deer, and I think this is a really good study, but I'm not sure how much time is being spent on the predation portion of this. Similar to what Ron said just a few minutes ago on the project ahead. I don't see an end in sight for this project, and that's what I asked Dr. Monteith. You know, I think it's a great study, and I think there's great information coming out of this. I wonder how much of this study is the responsibility of this board, especially when, you know, the effects of predation is not the largest component of this study, at least my perception of that. So that's just a comment.
And I don't think that Dr. Monteith would probably disagree necessarily that that predation isn't the central focus of either study, but that when you do cause of death investigations, you know, you're just fact finding, and if the cause of death is a mountain lion, that's a fact you report. If the cause of death is they fell off a cliff, that's a fact you reported. So I think, again, the focus is really on mortality and what's causing the problem. And like I said, I think he would agree that the central focus is not predation. It's to try to sort all this out so that at the end of the day, managers can look at this and say, do we need to focus on predation? Or if we do, which particular animal do we need to focus on? And if not, then we don't. We need to focus on something else. But I think that's where he's trying to go with that.
And I certainly respect that. You know, at the first of the study, we were radio collaring predators, and that seems like that portion of this study's been dropped.
Yeah, you're right. There's some that are no longer being collared, but there's some that already are anyway. So there's a lot of wolves and bears already collared as part of either that study or others. So is there, what are other folks' thoughts on this one? A partial fund, a no fund, or fully fund? You know, heard from Mike. Does it, folks have other thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, this is Doug. I agree with what Mike said and kind of the evolution of this project over the years. And I'd just throw out 30,000 for that project.
Okay. Other thoughts? Is there anybody that's, we might as well know now, is there anybody that doesn't support funding that project at all, just making it zero?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mike.
Go ahead, Mike.
I do support funding it, but I'm going to reach a point in the coming years where I can't continue to support it. But this year I like Doug's recommendation for funding.
Okay. So let's talk the Grovont elk wolf study.
I'll take this one too, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I'm really having a hard time with this one, and I think if we remember from last year, I had a hard time with this one last year. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me to study this interaction based on the years of experience that we already have in Wyoming and other states the effects of wolves on elk. It's very interesting to me, the graphs that were put up there, and there is almost a direct correlation to the wolf population and the number of elk using those feed grounds. So I personally, I really have a hard time with this one, and I guess I won't recommend a number, but I'm struggling big time with this one.
Thank you, Mike. Other board thoughts on this one?
Bob Harlan.
Go ahead, Bob.
I asked that same question last year, and the Game and Fish said we have to have this study so we can stand behind science. But I struggle with it too, because it's fairly a common sense thing, and if we have to have the study, then you have my support. But I struggle.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead,
John. I really struggle with this one, and I would just propose we don't fund it, funding at zero.
Okay, it sounds like there's definitely some folks that are in that line of thinking. I will say this, that if it is important from a wildlife management perspective, because it is, it's one of the first of its kind in Wyoming to demonstrate with monitoring. It's not even really a research project, but with monitoring that it provides some justification to increase wolf quotas where we think we need to increase wolf quotas to meet elk management objectives. So it does, there's a tie there. However, I mean, I can understand what the board's thoughts on this. If the board doesn't fund this, I believe that, just what it's going to mean is that we're just going to have to go look around and find some funding from other sources. There's probably some other sources out there. So I throw that out there and say that I can understand folks' perspective on that one.
Brian, this is Garrett. I throw out the question that if we were to fund this at some level, you as a director, what information are you still after that you haven't already got, maybe?
Well, they proposed it as a 3-year monitoring project so that we could have enough information to be able to demonstrate and show with science. Your guys are right. You look at those graphs; they're pretty telling. The 3rd year is the final year. It's just to have a complete data set that shows that relationship that all of you saw. The wolves actually have an impact on the distribution of elk. And again, I know that I'm stating something that many on this board are very aware of occurs. It's kind of a no-brainer, but it's a matter of having some science to demonstrate it. That's really what we're looking for out of this study.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
We talked over this project here amongst our group of 4, and we came up with a recommendation to partially fund the project at the level of 18,000 instead of
Well, let's throw that on there, and then, because we've got a mixture of thoughts here, and
some of the other board members from around the state have some suggestions also.
Sure. Is there anybody that still wants to speak their piece on this one? Obviously, we're going to be coming back, but.
Let's continue and we'll come back to it.
Okay. So the Absaroka livestock carnivore interaction study. Folks' thoughts.
Mr. Chairman, this is Garrett. Can I get some clarification as to what, me as a livestock producer, when I go out on the allotment, I know how many cattle I'm putting there. I'm trying to figure out, it looked to me like this first year, all we did was buy tags or try to figure out which tags were compatible or which had the best retention and had very little to do with the interaction with carnivores. This is the one I've got serious reservations on.
Sure. So to boil it down in fairly simple terms, the goal here is to try to see if there are some interactions that are directly correlated with location that are then correlated with other critters other than domestic livestock that will tell managers and cattle producers that will give them some information that may help them make better decisions for their particular business, or for the wildlife managers to make a decision with regards to elk management. So, if there's a particular place geographically where depredations occur during specific times of the year at a much higher rate, maybe there's opportunities to move that, or for a livestock producer may look at that and go, you know what, I'm going to use another part of the allotment during that part of the year. It's a big project and it goes a long time. This will probably be a 5-year deal. It's a much bigger project than the $80,000 that's being requested. So there's more components to it down the road, but that's kind of where that's the start of this whole thing. There's been 3 livestock producers that are very intrigued by it. And these are 3 that have the most losses in that part of the world, and they're certainly bought into it. So.
So, has there ever, Mr. Chairman, this is Garrett again. So, has there ever been any contact? The predators the same. The way they're managing their livestock is different between these 3 ranchers and the Upper Green River allotment, because they obviously have range riders, which these guys, if I understand, do not. But it looks to me like that we could save some money and have a round table meeting with the 2 groups and the 2 game and fish groups, so we can figure out some other things.
So you're talking about compare notes with the Upper Green?
Yes, correct. On habitats and things that work, things that don't work, time of year to kill, and at what elevations, all of it goes along. It's the same predators. Just because they're in 2 different drainages or 3 different drainages or whatever they are, they don't kill differently.
No, and the other thing I'll say too that is kind of interesting here, and part of what was the inspiration for this part of the research is there are places in those allotments where they don't have depredations, but they know there's wolves and bears there. And there are other parts of the allotments where the depredations are extremely high. And so that's part of the question here is, so why is that? Is it because there's wildlife populations that they're honing in on instead of cattle? Are there, what else is going on out on the ground? And so it's a little bit different than the Upper Green, because the Upper Green, the whole thing has high depredations. The Upper Green, just so you know, though, the Upper Green is aware of this study and they've been following it closely too. And I'm talking the cattlemen, not game and fish. Obviously, we're watching it for both places.
Mr. Chairman, Mike Foster.
Hey, Mike.
Thanks. I'm kind of with Garrett. I'm really struggling on this one as well. I don't feel like, and I maybe should have asked more questions during the presentation, but I just don't feel like we got anywhere last year. We spent $60,000 last year, and I didn't gather from the presentation that we learned anything. There weren't any cattle that were killed, but there wasn't any information on shared on interactions with carnivores. I know the goal is to have a collar in every wolf pack, but I don't know that we have that in these areas. But there wasn't any information shared about that. I'm really struggling right now seeing the value. So just a comment, that's all I want to say.
This is Sean, Mr. Chairman.
Good, Sean.
I have those same concerns, and I mean, it seems to me like we're spending the 60,000 on R&D for these tags and these GPS devices and the radio devices. I really have a struggle with the amount of money that's gone in, or they're requesting and has gone into it, and the end game. I mean, maybe we'll find out we can move the cows here, move the cows there at a certain time of year. But if these are BLM or Forest Service allotments, any involvement, you got to go through that rigmarole too. But seems awful expensive for what information we're going to get.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, this is Garrett again. Just
Good,
for
Garrett.
conversation purposes, this group here throwed out a figure of 40,000 for that project.
Mr. Chair, Bob Harlan.
Go ahead, Bob.
So this project got the #2 game and fish ranking, and I just don't understand why it's the #2 game and fish ranking, and I wonder if game and fish would address that.
Yeah, so I can tell you why. So there's really two reasons. One is this has a predator component related to to big game, and we continually have an interest from our public that wants to know more about direct effects of predation on big game herds. So that's part of this. The second part of it is we're spending over $1 million a year right now on livestock losses, and a lot of that's to grizzly bears and wolves up in this part of the world. I mean, a significant portion of it is, most of it. And between the Upper Green and the Cody country, to a lesser extent, the DuBois country, we're, like I said, we're spending more money than we've ever spent on livestock depredation. So it's part of it's that too, that, you know, if we can learn something out of this that reduces losses, it's good for cattle. And obviously they don't want to sell their calves to game and fish. They want to sell them on the market. And it's good for sportsmen who are paying the bill for having to compensate for all these damages. That's the reason, neither here nor there on the merits of the study, but that's kind of the reason why we look at it the way we do.
Bob Harlan again, I respect that. And is the game and fish happy with the study moving forward? Do you feel like it moved forward last year, or do you have reservations there?
No, they told us they were very transparent up front that this was a long-term study. It's new, it's never been done. There's a lot of field work that has to go into putting the collars out, and before you can actually learn anything, you got to put a bunch of collars and ear tags out. And so, no, we weren't expecting great results in 1 year. We were expecting results over 5 years. So I understand that concern of the boards too, that this is very long-term and it's going to be expensive for sure.
Mr. Director, this is Garrett. You spoke a second ago on in this area of sportsmen screaming bloody murder. What are you doing to help to address those people in this study?
Well, this one, as well as the Grovant elk study one, and even the effects of predation in the Wyoming Range, all those are kind of responses to the public saying, hey, we want you to do more to address the predator side of this equation. We want you to be able to articulate what the effects are of predators on our big game. And so that's what these are aimed at, is trying to get at that part of it. It seems, Garrett, let me put it a little different way. It's probably, if at the end of the day, a particular critter, like let's just take the sheep thing. If wolves are not, at least to this point, to blame for that problem, it's probably irresponsible for Game and Fish to invest a bunch of resources into that particular species if that's not going to solve the problem at the end of the day. And that's why we try to have some research that's peer reviewed and published that we, you know, can hang our hat on before we make management decisions like that.
Well, I was just thinking, you know, there's two different sides to this deal because, you know, you got the sportsman side of it that you just talked about, but yet, I can assure you putting a radio or a solar powered ear tag in my calf has absolutely nothing to do to help that sportsman and the amount of predators that are in that area.
Well, you know, it does, Garrett, in a way, indirectly. If at the end of the day we learn something that reduces the amount of loss, that's a reduction in cost for game and fish, and that's a, you know, we're funded by sportsmen, so it's an indirect benefit to sportsmen. Okay, so we got 40 on there, but I think we can, unless if there's any other more comments on that, we can do those, but if not, we'll move down to the next one. All right, so the next one on the ADMB Eagle relocation. Thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, this is Sean.
Good, Sean.
You know, we've had eagle issues for as long as I can remember, as long as I've been in the sheep business. But with the increase in the eagle numbers, and then 2 years ago with the hard winter and losing all of our small prey that those eagles feed on, it brought it to a head, excuse me, in a big hurry. And we, for the first time, filed for take permits and capture and relocate permits, and received them last year and proceeded ahead with that, which did help us. I mean, it takes a while to get through that process, so it you know, we couldn't see the full effects. But one of the main things is this, if they're coming back or not, and if we could figure out if, you know, moving them east and west or north and south, if those types of things help. So I would like to see some money allocated to this project to try and get that information.
Thanks, Sean. Other comments on this one?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah, I would agree with Sean. This intrigues me. This project does. You can find out good information on this. Eagles have always been our bigger problem. I think most of us even know. And so I like that we're moving forward. You know, looking at a different species here. It's a big problem. So I won't throw out any dollars, but I do support this project.
Mr. Chairman, one other thing I'd like to add, you know, on a lot of things we deal with, of course, wolves and grizzly bears, the others we can handle, but these eagles, I mean, we're very limited in what you can do to an eagle and how you can capture them, you know, what things we can do. And I think this would, like I mentioned before, would be good to get that information so that when we relocate them, we know that they're going to stay where we relocate them, or if they're not, then we'll know that and maybe have to adjust just the capture side of it.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, Mike Foster.
The mic.
I think it's an interesting topic. I still have, my only reservations is I'm still uncertain. I know that was it Nate, the presenter, said he had a permit in hand, but that's I don't know that that's the case. I'm a little bit uncertain on that because I've worked with several of these falconers and worked with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and we've talked about just putting a leg band on an eagle that we capture and relocate, and they have been very much opposed to that. In fact, they have not authorized even a lake ban. So if they've got a permit, that's awesome. And I can see some value to this project. I don't know, 45,000 is a lot of money, but I'm just not convinced yet that they've actually been issued a permit to put a radio transmitter on the back of an eagle. That I would like to know that for sure before we throw some money at that. So just a comment.
Brian, I've got a question along those lines. This is Sean again.
Yep, go ahead.
You talked about getting a state permit. Do we even have anything in a state permit?
Yeah, I heard him say that, and we would have to issue him a state permit, but it wouldn't be a hurdle at all for him. Be an easy deal.
Right.
Our only concern is if we can't issue it because it's a migratory, or it's under the eagle or because it's got federal protection.
Yep,
Can't
right.
issue a permit unless there's a federal permit.
So I would make this recommendation. 25 to 30,000, but with the stipulation that permit needs to be shown before the money's released. The federal permit to put the GPS on.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with that. I think we have to have some proof that the project can move forward as proposed.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like, just reiterate what Sean said, we can full agreement with that.
I agree with that.
That was kind of the consensus in this room too. At 25,000, we thought that would be a good number if they could show us a permit.
Okay. Yeah, and the only thing I'd offer here is I think, one of my biggest frustrations, Sean has articulated this fairly well, is that we just have zero, I shouldn't say zero, we have almost no tools. Removing 6 eagles a year in this state is inconsequential. And this is such a frustrating problem that sheep producers have to deal with, and we just don't have a great way to deal with it. So for that reason, I support partially funding this. I just think we need to keep an eye on it and make sure they continue to focus on objectives. And I think it's important to note too that, while this could end up, if it pans out to be good for eagles, suitable habitat, that they're going to try to map and find means potentially more impacts in that particular area on wildlife. And so if you look at it from a wildlife perspective, from an antelope perspective, you may not be excited about having a bunch of eagles transplanted into the area. And so from our, we're going to want to have a role. If we ever get a chance to make this thing play out, we're going to want to help direct where eagles are translocated so that we don't artificially increase the number and have impacts that we really didn't want to have on game populations that are already in trouble.
Mr. Chairman, Tyler. Yeah, I agree. I think from a wildlife perspective, from a conservation perspective, however you want to put it, it's really important information. And I think in conjunction with the depredation issue, we don't know hardly anything. I mean, and it's just basic fundamental information that we have we're challenged as an agency, Fish and Wildlife Service, to collect those kind of data. We're not a research organization. And so just getting this kind of information is really important. And it does make, for the hard-won permits to trap and translocate or remove, that's difficult to do. The more information we have, the better. The easier it is to make a case for, the value of getting those kind of permits. But purely from a wildlife standpoint too, conservation, eagles are important, but we just don't know much about it. They move a lot from, like it was said, New Mexico to Alaska, but then there are others that set up shop and they stay in their territories real well. Well, what are the effects of some of these, translocations, and then how does that impact other wildlife populations, as you indicated, Brian? So just my 2 cents worth. It's worthwhile. It's important information. That being said, I hear the concerns about making sure that permit to be able to do this is fundamental. Gotta verify that, so.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jerry Johnson. If it moves forward, is that something that you would want me to look into and take care of, make sure that permit is in hand before we even write the grant?
I think so. I think that's what the board's saying is that you would need to tell them you're preliminarily approved, but before we're going to write the grant, we need you to submit a copy of your current permit, federal permit. Make sure it's the federal one.
Okay.
And I know there's a lot of permits out there for trapping and relocating. So the issue is whether or not they can attach a radio collar to an egress when they relocate it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Make sure that.
Anything I can do to help.
Yeah,
Thank
make
you
sure
very
that.
much. I will look for advice for both Tyler and Mike Foster to make sure that we have the proper permit in place. Thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like Jerry has a solution that we could fund this outside of our 270,000. Is that right, Jerry?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. There are what I call 900 series funds available. I would feel comfortable with an amount of 3,750. That, just so the board knows, that would leave right at $7,000 left in that account. Those funds have been used for several different things over the years, and with this last budget cut, it got cut down to $11,000.
So that's helpful too for us, because I think that's an awesome presentation and project they were planning on, but it does create federal diversion issues for any game and fish funds that would go into it. And so if we were able to do it out of this 900 series money, Jerry, I think that's a good thing, but we should show it on here as zero, correct? Because
yeah,
it's come out of this.
Oh, gotcha.
Why don't we handle that right now? I would make a motion to give the 3,750 to the Wyoming Stewardship Project out of the 900 series funds.
Bob Harlan seconds.
Bob Harlan second. So Sean Sims motion, Bob Harlan second. Any other discussion, concerns? All those in favor signify with a thumb or an eye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, if there's anybody opposed, speak up, please. Say no. All right, motion passes. Okay, Sweetwater Enhanced Predator Control, the presentation we got right after lunch. Thoughts from the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Bob Phillips. I read this project proposal and I was curious about what the exact plan was, and so I contacted the wildlife coordinator in Green River and talked to him for about a half an hour about the project. And I think he got wind of it, but he said they'd never had any discussion with the people that were making the application, and he'd heard about it, but he said that he didn't really see any benefit, towards the Game and Fish Department objectives, this type of program. So just too general. So that was their thought.
Yeah, and that was my perspective as well. I think that, if you look at the ones up above that have been funded, they're very specific. They're targeting a place where we're looking to get some specific results where we've had issues with fawn recruitment. It's pretty targeted and focused. And so, I mean, I think this is in line with some of the other projects we funded. I just don't think it has enough specificity in it. It just appears to me to be almost kind of random additional coyote control. And I don't know that it's got a direct benefit to wildlife if it's not surgically done at the right spot.
Mr. Chairman, Bob Phillips, at the end of the day, the only thing we would have out of this would be the number of coyotes killed. And I think that would be about it. We wouldn't have any data to support whether it did anything for the local wildlife population other than anecdotal information.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman, this is Sean Sims. I want to speak in favor of this. I understand the concern with the, I wish they'd got in coordination with the game and fish and that, and probably had more specificity in the proposal. But Sweetwater County is a high mountain desert where a lot of wildlife and sheep producers migrate to get through the winter. And I'm down there right with some of those, you know, the deer herds that come in north of Rock Springs out of the Wind River Range and further. And we watch the predation. Those coyotes are out there eating. If they're not eating my sheep, they're eating those deer all winter long. And I wish the project had more details to it, but properly done, I think that would definitely enhance that winter survivability. And right where that north of Rock Springs area, Red Deserts, where the deer that had the longest migration route had come through and wintered there. And I think that predator district, and this is separate from probably the funding today, but they have a large amount of country to cover and they have a very small budget. And I think there's a lot of frustration there based on the amount of country they had to cover. Now that's separate from this funding, and I'll just leave it at that.
Thanks, Sean.
This is Ron. I would also be in favor of helping them some.
Thanks, Ron.
Mr. President.
Go ahead, Galen.
Yeah, this is Galen. Kind of in general, I mean, I'm new to this, so I'm listening to everybody's take and appreciate all the input. I'm all for giving more money to people that are taking out the coyotes. And so with the Sweetwater, I'd like to give them some money too. I tend to be more in favor of taking action than more and more studies personally. So I guess I might vote to put 26,000 in there.
Thanks, Galen. Other thoughts from the board on that one?
Mr. Chairman, this is Garrett. If we just, for everybody's viewing, if we leave our numbers like we are, we've just spent our money. If anybody else has got high priority for any of the projects below there, why, better speak up now and get you some funding.
Well, I'll speak up here on some of these, you know, and I know they all came from my folks, but when I compare those to the other things that we got going here, you know, they don't raise to the same priority level, especially of those renewals up top in my mind. And, you know, the one thing out of those that I think is worth at least some consideration is the stuff for the predator attack team. I mean, when they deal with those things, it's really very sensitive. It's important they do it very, very well, and they have done it extremely well. We've had to deal with six now fatalities in the last several years from large predators, but you know, those other ones are, in my view, aren't necessarily as well in line with the mission of the board as those up on top there in the renewals. So I'll throw that out there, if that helps.
Bob Harlan,
Bob?
I'd like to see a 0 go in line 24, 25, 27, 28.
Okay, did you get all that, Jerry? So he said 0 and 24, 25.
I agree. I will say with a spreadsheet, putting 0 in is very difficult. If I leave it at, would you guys be fine as saying $1 so we can vote, or, you know, just see that we're not, that $1 will be, or maybe I can go 1 penny.
Just leave them.
Yeah, just leave it with the dash in. It's fine. We can see that then.
Okay.
All I'm doing is removing them from future discussion.
Gotcha.
Mr. Chairman, Mike Foster.
Hey, Mike.
Just a question for Jerry, that the 3750 for the ag in the classroom, is that added into the 275,000?
No, it is not. That is separate money. And I do, and I'm sorry, I did put a penny in that one, but you can see right there to the right-hand side, I have it at 3750 right there. And let me try this.
My only question was, do we need to add another 3750 to that bottom line of 275?
No, we do not.
Okay, so we only voted to give the total funding to the Wyoming Ag is only 3750, or
that
I was under the impression that we were going to give them 3750 out of the 900 series, and the other half was going to come from our regular budget. But I guess I was mistaken. I did have a phone call and had to walk out, so I probably missed it.
Okay, no, it was just 3750 total. There is some issues with, I guess we do have ADMB funds that it would be available. In the past, it has only come from the 900 series funds.
Okay, yeah, I was confused on that, so I understand what it is or what happened. So,
well, Mr. President, too, I think I was doing my math wrong. We might have to take some off of the Sweetwater thing to make our numbers right. I had that we had 26 left, but I did something wrong. Might have to be 25 to make it work.
Yeah, because we have 274. Is that right, Jerry?
That is.
oh, I do, yeah.
Mr. President, Bob Harlan.
Bob?
I'd like to put some more funds in that Wyoming stewardship project to bring the total funding to 6,000. So it would be another 2,250 out of our normal funds. ADMB money. Of ADMB money.
Can you say that again, Bob? I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
So I would like to put another $2,250 in line 22, the Wyoming Stewardship Project, to bring the total funding to 6,000. Correct. That's what I'd like to do.
So Jerry, is that money available in the 900 series? And I'm only asking this because of that diversion issue.
The ADMB funds that we have for the 74,000, those funds can be used for this also.
Okay, all right.
Not just the 900 series.
I got you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Garrett. Jerry, didn't we just go over our appropriation when we did that?
We did.
Refresh my memory, that was 274, Jerry, or 270?
274,000. I had originally said 270 was where to start, and then we could put the 4,000 elsewhere. We do have 274. So we would need to reduce something by 2250.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Bob Phillips. In order to make the budget balance, I recommend we reduce the Sweetwater 25,000 to 2250. I guess it would be to
22,500. Is that right?
No, that's not correct.
Yeah, that'd be right.
Yeah.
Say with the caveat that they contact the Game and Fish Department and get some specific areas in mind for doing their predator control work.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask the board if they were comfortable with, is if we fund that, can we put in the, when we notify them that, hey, please coordinate with Game and Fish on locations, you know, that be something that would be appropriate.
Mr. Chairman, question?
Yep.
Remind me, anybody that can remember, did Jim, in his presentation, did he say that they were going to target the spring with this money after the sheep left? So are we going to actually be targeting winter survival by flying that and or hunting coyotes in the spring after the deer have migrated back? Does anybody else recall exactly what he said? I don't remember for sure.
I thought it was a spring.
I don't recall, but I hate to speak for them, but generally I think they put them trappers on in January through March.
Bob Harm.
Go ahead, Bob.
I'd like to give Sweetwater County some money, but I just have reservations with the generality of this, and that should have been given. Generality money should have been given last time, and I'm worried that the migrant sheep aren't paying taxes in that county. I don't know that, but I'm worried that they are. Then for some reason, without the Game and Fish coming with them, I just have reservations. I hate to give them the money and tell them to go get the Game and Fish. I wish they would come arm in arm.
Mr. Chairman, this is Garrett. I'm looking back in their presentation, section 6, under narrative, it says, if I'm reading this correctly, that they're going to target the wildlife in the most vulnerable, and I quote, the most vulnerable time of the year, the spring fawning and calving. End of quote.
Well, the best time for them to do it, if that's their intent, is May and June.
Mr. Chairman, this is Sean. I don't think they have those trappers on in May and June.
Sean, correct? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Sean, am I correct? I know that Jim had talked to you after the end of the last meeting, and I was under the impression that, and I thought when I was reading this was to protect the migratory sheep herds also. And am I wrong on that?
I think that's their intention, is to protect the migratory sheep and provide more for those wintering mule deers, probably especially on the north side of I-80. And the sheep leave there anywhere from April to the last ones are in I mean, a few yearling herds stay out there till May. So that predator work's going to be going on from in December 1st, basically is when the livestock show up. If they're timing it off of that till most of the livestock are gone in the end of April. I think this was for winter survival myself.
Okay, I thought that's what this was also for. And I also read in that, you know, they were talking about the Greater Little Mountain project that had been done with Kevin Monteith over the years. And I know they had asked for that presentation or where they could find it. It is on our website. And so they did have that when they were looking at this. I know with their presentation today, it was not spelled out as eloquently as some people do. And I'll leave my comments at that.
Mr. Chairman, if they're hunting a bunch during the winter, though, it's going to be less coyotes around in the spring. So in my mind, it would benefit the wildlife as well.
Yeah, I do think, though, that because they've shown that down in that part of the world, even that literally they had, Kevin Monteith collared a coyote that was somewhere up in that country, like in the actually east of Rock Springs, north of the interstate, out in the Red Desert, that made its way down to just east of Flaming Gorge when the deer started fawning. And so we've always felt like to really affect fawning, to protect fawns, you had to do it really close to the time they fawn, because the coyotes move around so much. Mm-hmm. I agree with Sean that if they're going to do this when they're going to do it, it's got to be focused on winter survival. I don't know that we could, with a straight face, say that it was going to help with fawning.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion we approve the funds as they sit now on our spreadsheet for the disbursement.
All right, we have a motion from Sean Sims to approve funds as they sit in front of all of us on the spreadsheet. Is there a second?
I will second.
Galen Bird seconded. So we can have some additional discussion now before we vote. I mean, I know Jeff was interested in going back up and looking at some others. I know we're at our allocated amount now, but if there's people that want to make some adjustments, now would be the time to do it through an amendment.
Well, sure, on that comment, yeah, the only place I wanted to review was good land survival, 45,000. That's where I was looking to, but I wanted to wait to see where we're at.
Okay.
Or for the, I believe for the predator attack equipment, and there's been no comment on the bobcat habitat thing, but I mean, that's out. So I think my 2 cents were pretty close. I don't know if we want to review the predator attack. I believe that's what you commented on, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I mean, out of all those other additional projects, that is one that if we had some money, I would support allocating some money to that. But if not, then I'm pretty comfortable with where this list is at right now. Any other discussion from board members on what we see here in front of us right now?
Mr. Chairman, this is Garrett. Just for conversation's sake, I'll make a recommendation. We pull $2,750 off the Sweetwater and move it down there into line number 26 under predator attack training equipment.
Okay, there's an amendment motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
I couldn't pick up the voice. Who was that?
Bob Phillips.
Okay, Bob Phillips seconded. This motion was made by Garrett Falkenberg. Any other discussion on that one, on the amendment? This is just an amendment to move 2,750 down to line 26 for Predator Attack Team training and equipment. Okay, I'm gonna call for the question just only on the amendment. Just to be very clear, this is just an amendment to move 2,750 from line 23, the Sweetwater Predator Control, down to line 26, Predator Attack Training Equipment. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Okay, and if you're a no, speak up with a no.
No.
Okay, I heard one no. Is there additional no's? Okay, that amendment passes. Are there any additional amendments? Any additional amendments? I'm taking that as folks are ready to do the final vote on this. Okay, any other discussion? I'm just making sure I don't leave anybody out. If you're on mute and you're talking, turn it off because I can't hear you. All right, I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor signify with an aye.
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 And anybody that's opposed, speak up with a no. Okay, I've heard no no's, and the motion passes, and so the allocations will go just as we see them here on the spreadsheet. I'm gonna make sure nobody has any opposition to this, but there was a caveat that was a part of the motion, I believe, because it was discussed when we placed it on the spreadsheet. And that caveat was that we had to see a permit on the project on line 21 on the Eagle relocation. We needed to see a federal permit before those funds are granted.
Yes.
And I'm going to ask, I mean, I don't know that we need to vote on this, but I'm just going to ask that, Jerry, when you do the notification, that you ask Sweetwater County to consult or to communicate with or coordinate with Game and Fish on location.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I will take care of that.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that takes care of our business for today. Is there any, I know we're not, Jerry, you're going to yell at me if we have any additional business, but I'm just going to ask if any members of the board have anything they want to ask or bring up.
I do not believe so myself.
Okay. And Jerry, next meeting, do we need to plan that now?
I think that is already taken care of. I cannot give you that exactly where it's at right now. It is November, and I haven't, hang on, I'm trying to figure out how to stop share.
You did it.
And then try to get to my calendar. I believe that it is November something. Hang on. That is November 3rd. So did everybody hear that?
November 3rd. Oh, you've already got it on, you've already put a calendar invite out.
Yes, it should be out there.
I have the second. I guess I got the wrong. That's a Monday. So Tuesday is election day. That's the day of the next meeting.
Yeah, that's, We can't have it on the 3rd.
Okay. You want to move it to the next one?
To the 4th?
Okay. Or do you want to do the 4th or the 5th? Which would you prefer?
5th.
Distinguished gentleman from Uena County has spoken. All right, so hey, Mr. Co-Chairman, do you have anything to add here before we sign off?
I do not, Mr. Chairman. Thanks everybody for getting on today and taking the time. Robust conversation. It's a good deal. We'll be in touch as soon as all of these budget scenarios are finalized or at least through the next stages. So thanks for hanging with us.
All right, well, with that, we will adjourn. Everybody have a great day. Thanks again for your time. I appreciate it. Thanks, Jerry, for putting all this together.
Thank you.
Thank you.